hitting the charts, 10,000 subs, it's just the start. From moonlit prayers to neon night bars, Glenn dives deep where the wild things are.
Have you ever even used one of these sex toys?
No.
They are getting better and better and better.
Like they have like a special like cleaning solution for it.
You wash it with normal soap, then it can deteriorate.
Yeah. So you don't want to like it to malfunction or short out on you, and like you nutting her, and like all of a sudden she starts screaming out, "Me too, me too, me too."
Right now, I was really wondering where's the closest Starbucks, because I could use some coffee. And then titties. Starbucks and titties. Like, they should have a Starbucks titty shop. Like, just like the mermaid was topless originally, that's how these fucked up. Who owns Starbucks?
You know what chore play makes sex turned into? See, sex is supposed to be something you desire to do. Sex is supposed to be something that you want to just bang the fuck out of your wife, and your wife just wants to bang the fuck out of you. It's a desire. When you do chore play, you are taking something that's supposed to be a desire and you turn it into a transaction, okay? Now, let me ask you this. Like, if you had to pay for sex, would you pay your wife for it? Or would you go get the supermodel? I'm just saying, if you're going to go get a prostitute, you might as well make sure she's fine as hell.
Why should a guy get with a girl that has been ran through high miles? That pussy has a lot of miles on that pussy. Guys don't treat porn stars any better. You're in the service industry. You're just serving up puss. They'll smash it. They'll go. They don't care about you as a person. You're just a cum dumpster.
Yeah, like that's fucked up.
Where do you get that from? What are you trying to imply here, Huds?
Hey, I'm just saying, if you fly across the country to hang out with another girl and you film videos like that,
What?
There might be a little bit more to it.
There is nothing to it.
Zerka, what's up, man?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man, I had to talk to you. You had words with my wife last night.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, what the fuck's up with that, bro?
I mean, she started it.
She started it.
Yeah, ask her, bro. We'll rewind the podcast. She started attacking me because I guess she didn't like that I do a lot of blow with the Bible. But you do blow.
No, I do not. What's a bigger beef than that?
The beef between us.
Beef between us.
We got to do a freestyle battle right now.
You want to battle me?
Yes, sir.
You expect me to fatal to judge?
I would love for him to judge.
Yeah, be serious. You're trying to step to me. Dude, I put you 6 feet deep. No relief. I won't stop until my goal is reached. Who I be? I just to do it from the SIC. I got a clean soul, bitch, to just let me be.
Today on Trigger Point, we're going to be talking about Nala Ray, porn stars, the church, and the trad. Today on Trigger Point, we're going to be talking about Nala Ray, porn stars, the church, and the tradcons. When I mean tradcons, I'm talking about Michael Knowles. So let's get into Trigger Point, shall we?
Yo, it's Glenn Lawrence here to spill the tea.
So I make the bold claim and say feminism is a psyop, and I dare you to prove me wrong. What should we think about the media that we consume? Is the media true or is it all fiction? Are we being gaslit about things by our favorite content? To Jade and Danny, a mother and daughter duo that do OF content as well as have the same boyfriend. Yeah, they share the same dude.
So this is my portion of the monologue and trigger point. So let me just get straight to it. For over a year now, Nala Ray has been literally in the spotlight because she put herself there. Whether that's because she wants to be in the center of a bukkake, you know, that's when a bunch of guys go all over her face, or she wants to now tell everybody she's a proclaimed Christian and she's turned her life around. Or she wants to tell you how much money she made doing porn. You know, like, hey, I made a lot of money doing porn. I made $14 million or something like that. She wants to be the center of attention, you know, and that has made a lot of people question her true conversion. Now, if you ask Glenn, do you think that Nala Ray is a Christian? I don't know. Really don't care. Why don't you know? Why don't you care? It's none of my business. What do you mean it's none of your business? It's just none of my business, and it's not my place to judge. Only God knows. I'll let God deal with that. God deals with God problems. Glenn will deal with Glenn problems, all right? But that's not what we're talking about today. The reason why we're bringing her up is because, well, Nala Ray has exposed a problem with the church. What am I talking about? Well, when it comes to women coming in the church seems all but so eager to just openly accept them and kind of elevate them to statuses of evangelists. I'm just going to play a few montage clips of Nala. Then we'll break those down. Let's get into it.
And some guy reaches out to you, whoever that is, and says, hey, you should join Only, and you'll make a lot of money and get famous.
Yep.
And then that happened.
It actually happened.
Which it doesn't happen for anyone, but it did happen for you.
It was crazy because the guy was like a recruiter. I don't know if he worked with Only. I didn't like stay in contact with him along, but he was trying to get me to sign up under this code. So he tried to get me to sign up. I thought it was sketchy, so I didn't use his code. I was like, I'm not going to do that. I don't even know who you are. And then I started Only. I was doing it all by myself. And I made like $85,000 the first month. My dad encouraged me to stay on OnlyFans.
Time out.
Ex-pastor.
Hold on.
Yo.
Wait a minute. Rewind the tape. What? Because was he burned by the church?
Of course he was.
Okay.
He never brought that up really, but like for me, I was paying him. I was giving him money like every month. Because like, you know, hard life, or he's like wants to quit his job, or like his other kids need a divorce lawyer, or, you know, I'm like, here.
That's tough.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
When I finally decided to follow Christ, I called my dad and I was like, hey dad, I'm getting off of OnlyFans, like blah, blah, blah. I was so excited. He was like, well, why don't you just stay on another year and a half and like make more money and, you know, like settle yourself in? Cause you know, it's really expensive, right? 5 years.
And how much money do you think you made in total?
14 million. My first month on OnlyFans, I made 87 grand.
Oh my.
Every month was like, how can I top last month? That was my brain. Like I fed off of that thought. You're a puppet. You're literally a pimped out puppet.
I haven't looked into it, happily, but people say you kept your OnlyFans site up.
Yeah, so Jordan can shed some light on this too. So what happened in the beginning was when I had told him originally I'm deleting my OnlyFans, I had full intent to delete my OnlyFans. I even showed him, we were right next to each other when I pushed the delete button back in like January. And what happened was I had so many subscribers, OnlyFans won't allow you to close your account until every single subscriber has unsubscribed. Like they physically have to push the button. But what they don't know is that people sometimes are very inactive on OnlyFans. So I am still waiting for the site to be completely shut down. However, you can't do anything. I can't even log in anymore. Everything's deleted off the site. There's no price to get in, nothing. So OnlyFans has disabled the site, but it's not down yet, if that makes sense.
Okay. Doesn't really seem like she's too sad about making $87,000 a month, her first month, right? She's bragging about it. And it's not just her, okay? This is kind of a thing that I've noticed with a lot of women that have left porn that go into the church or something along those lines. Well, what am I talking about? Well, there's another one that you may not remember or may not be aware of. Her name is Ava Lovin, or better known as Candace Hobars, something like that. Let me show you what she says. And I want you to understand and listen to how she brags about herself.
It's been anything but straight, from lawyer to cyclist to entrepreneur into podcaster. For listeners who don't know too much about your backstory, tell me about your squiggly line into podcasting.
So I started off as a glamour model. So I did the hot rod magazines, like those biker babe magazines, car magazines. And then I started kind of getting into more of the adult space. And then over a span of 10 years, I got into adult film, and I was contracted to some of the biggest companies in the world. Still like one of the top ranked performers, even though I've been retired for almost a decade.
Now, did you guys hear how she said that she's still one of the top performers, even though it's been 10 years since she's left the industry? Well, let's go back.
Like those biker babe magazines, car magazines.
Listen right here.
And then I started kind of getting into more of the adult space. And then over a span of 10 years.
Listen to how much she brags about how proud she is of her success and how she is still considered one of the top, performers.
Years I got into adult film, and I was contracted to some of the biggest companies in the world. Still like one of the top ranked performers, even though I've been retired for almost a decade.
Does that look like the face of somebody who is ashamed of what they did? No. See, the church doesn't actually really push for shame, especially when it comes to women that have a very questionable background. But let me tell you, if you're a drug dealer, or if you're a guy tattoos, or have tattoos on their neck, don't be surprised if you walk into a church and the first thing, they seem to do is make you see if you want to receive Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. It's happened to me several times. But I don't know why. Do I have a sign that says like not a Christian, come bother me? No. They look at your appearance and they'll assume that you're not really that guy. You're not a Christian. You can't be a Christian because you have tattoos. But you know what? An OnlyFans star, a porn star at that, could just say, I'm done with it. And we're all supposed to just, okay, welcome them, come on in. Accept them with open arms. And I covered this one last year. Courtney Tilia. Now, Courtney Tilia was a special ed teacher. She worked for a Catholic church or a Catholic school. And she left teaching because she felt God led her to make porn. I'll say this exactly. I'll read her quote. She says, she feels more connected to her faith since she kickstarted her kinky career 7 years ago, and now believes God put her on this earth to help liberate other women from the sexual shame. Courtney Tilia, 35, made a declaration during an interview with the Daily Star on Sunday saying, God's message has been abundantly clear. I am here to be a porn star. This is my way of serving.
Welcome to Trending News channel. A former teacher from LA, Courtney Tilia, has quit her job to become a porn star after claiming that God told her to do it. Tilia, who was raised in a religious household, says that she was conditioned to be a good Christian girl, which ultimately restricted her. She became a school teacher for autistic children at a Catholic school, but was never truly happy in her low-paid career. Eventually, the 36-year-old traded the school books for a career in the adult entertainment industry, with encouragement from her husband, Nick Tilia.
I said I'm about to go to school. I gotta go to school. I'm about to go to school. I gotta go to school on my way to school.
Here's the New York Post article about it. And it says, I am a proud Christian porn star. Why would any of these women assume that they are a Christian and a porn star? Or they could be easily just accepted into the church, like if no cost, no proof, no measuring up? Well, it's simple. We've got pastors out there that all but shame other pastors for speaking out against women's bad behavior.
Long before my passion for the gospel and my passion to see lost men and women saved started to rub against or collide with the church. And so it wasn't very long. And I can give you dozens and dozens of stories, but really one that kind of broke the camel's back, where I decided if I was going to do this, I wasn't going to do it as a churchman, because the church, more often than not, was an enemy of conversion and not its friend. I'll give you an example. This turn in me, this break in me happened that God has been just disciplining me on ever since. Occurred my freshman year of college when I randomly sat next to I'm a freshman in college, I'm sitting next to a 26-year-old single mother who's coming back to school to try to get a degree, never been to church, didn't know much about Jesus, didn't know. And so we began this ongoing dialogue about the grace and mercy of Christ in the cross. And so me and some of my crew go over to her house and babysit her daughter. She's actually in an extramarital affair at the time with a married man. And so we've talked through that, the wisdom in that. This is the relationship we had, just kind of serving her and trying to explain to her spiritual things. A friend of mine was playing at a church in the area, and so I asked her to come. He was a musician. And so I said, hey, a good friend of mine's in a band, he's playing. Why don't you come hear him? And so she agreed. She thought it would be a concert. I knew better. It was shady. It was excellent. And she came with me, and we listened to Robbie play, and he was tremendous, just real anointed guy. And then the minister got up, and he said, today I want to talk to you about sex. And so I immediately go, uh-oh, this could be a problem. And he took a red rose, and he smelled it, and he showed how pretty it was, and then he threw it out into the crowd. He goes, everybody needs to smell this. There's about 1,000 of us there, almost all of us college and high school. Smell the rose. I want you to smell it. I want you to touch it. I want you to see the texture in it. You do it, and I'm going to teach. And then he began what, honestly, up until this day, and this might have to do with my heart, I'm still wrestling, was one of the worst, most horrific handlings of what sex is and what it isn't that I ever sat through. It was fear-mongering at its best. It was, you don't want syphilis, do you? And everybody's smiling and having a good time until there's herpes on your lip, and you're right. And so I'm just thinking with Kim beside me, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then as it wraps up, he goes, where's my rose? Where is it? Where's my rose? And some kid came up, the rose is just completely jacked up. It's broken, the things are off, the petals are broken. And he lifts it up, and his big crescendo, his point is to hold up that rose and go, now who would want this? Who would want this rose? And I remember feeling anger, like real, legitimate, I want to hurt him anger. And it was all I could do not to scream out, Jesus wants the rose. That's the point of the gospel, that Jesus wants the rose. That he made him who knew no sin to be sin on our behalf, that we might become the righteousness of God in him. That while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Christ won. You're not even teaching the basics of our faith.
So I get it, Matt. Jesus wants the whores. But it doesn't mean that Jesus wants those women to go get married to another man and bring that baggage to that man that they marry. Nor does he saying that once a woman receives Jesus as her Lord and Savior, that she is now marriage worthy. She may have punched her ticket into heaven, but that doesn't mean she'll be a good wife. Okay. But that's that sentiment from guys like Matt Chandler and other pastors similar to him. Like this next guy I'm about to show you. He called himself the gospel nerd. And he had a lot to say about this whole, Nala Ray thing. He actually calls it the dark side of Christianity. Watch this.
If you've been following Christian social media over the past year, you've probably seen the reactions to Nala Ray, a former OnlyFans model who recently shared her testimony of finding Christ. The response from many Christians, unfortunately, has been predictable.
She claims that she was saved, found God, yada, yada, yada. This happens all over the country, where come out, say they're sorry, and you guys hand them a microphone and make them a spokesperson of the word, and nobody has a problem with it. Jesus hated false prophets. He hated them. He went, he tore up the temple, guys.
For me, I just feel like it's, again, communion with the Holy Spirit, communion with Christ, communion with God. That is what you are accepting.
The problem here is that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You don't know anything about the history of
A woman's sexual sins were put on public display. John chapter 8 tells us she was caught in adultery, literally dragged from the bed into the streets, probably barely dressed, completely humiliated. The religious leaders were ready with stones in hand. Think about that scene for a moment. A terrified woman, exposed, surrounded by men eager to execute judgment. Maybe you're thinking, well, she was caught in the act. She deserved judgment. But before you pick up that stone, ask yourself, who are you in this story? Are you one of those religious leaders that are ready to faithfully execute the law? Are you in that crowd feeling sympathy but saying nothing? Or maybe you're the woman, knowing your sins deserve death, but with no defense. But Jesus does something extraordinary. Instead of joining her accusers or demanding immediate proof of repentance or waiting to see some spiritual fruit, he defends her. He disperses the mob with a few words that become a convicting mirror. Then he shows the love of Christ that breaks stone hearts. He tells her, I don't condemn you either. He extends mercy and grace. And only then does he exhort her, now that she's received grace, by grace she can go and sin no more. Now, if any of you Bible nerds out there are tempted to say, well, the story of the woman caught in adultery wasn't in the oldest manuscripts, you might just be missing the point.
Let me actually get to the part where this nut job doesn't get it right. So yes, he is talking about Jesus, or John chapter 8, when Jesus actually handles this issue. And it goes like this. I'll read it to you. But when Jesus went to Mount Olives, at dawn, he appeared again in the temple courts where all the people gathered around him, and he sat down to teach them. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees brought in a woman caught in adultery. They made her stand before the group and said to Jesus, Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. In the laws of Moses command us to stone her as such a woman. Now, what do you do? What do you say? They were using this question as a trap in order to have a bias for accusing him. But Jesus bent down, started writing on the ground with his finger. When he kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, Let any one of you without sin go ahead and cast the first stone. All right? And they all dropped their stones, basically, right? Well, why is that? Well, because Jesus ain't no fool. You know, Jesus is no fool. No, he is not. Because he knows the law. He knows exactly what the law says. Because in Leviticus 20:10, it says, if a man commits adultery with another man's wife, the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress are put to death. Okay? Not just there. You also have Deuteronomy 22, verse 22, which says, if a man is found sleeping with another man's wife, both the man who slept with her and the woman must die. You must purge the evil from Israel. And John, what do we not see here? What we don't see is, we don't see a man being dragged out naked with her. Where's if she was caught in the act of adultery, that means she was riding on some dick. So where's the dick that she was riding on? I don't see him. So Jesus is like, you know what? Can't stone him. How can we stone him? Because if they were both there getting ready to get stoned, okay, cool, serve the law. But also, if you notice this, I'm assuming, and this is just me, maybe that guy that was supposed to be with her was holding a stone too. So I hate when idiots like this guy take the Bible out of context. Why does this matter? Because it's idiots like him that will take scriptures out of context and try to redefine them or make them mean something else. It's called bad hermeneutics. Today we see feminism thriving in these churches. A friend of mine, Nuclear Cadillo, said recently in one of the X spaces, he said, men, you've lost the battle of the church. You lost, the whores won, and they won because of you, because you failed them. And as sad as I have to agree with him to some degree here, I think he's right. If the church is telling us that we got to accept behavior like this, we got to welcome these people in with open arms, you know, it's very questionable. Where's the skin in the game? How do you prove anything? We're supposed to judge the fruit of people. When it comes to Nala Ray, all her fruit has shown is that she likes to be in the spotlight. She likes to be the talk of the town. If it's not her getting nut on her face from a bukkake or some gangbang that she's in, she wants to be the talk of the town when she is the reformed, porn star, now Christian girl that nobody believes. As long as she's still the center focus of the talk, she's happy. And here's the question for trigger points. Does it really matter what Nala says she is? To me, I don't care.
Do you think that Nala's redemption arc is authentic?
Let's debate about it.
We rise from the dust, steel in our veins, unbreakable hearts, unchained from the chains. Brother to brother, we lift and we build. In a world that's breaking, our spirits distilled. They'll try to bend us, crack our spine, but we're built from fire, a bloodline defined. This is the forge, the place we ignite, a breed of men who fight the good fight. We don't bow down, we don't break stride. Stand up as pillars with honor and pride. Real men rising, strong and free, unashamed to lead, unafraid to be. Brick by brick, we're shaping the frame. Men of iron who carry the name. Not fooled by voices that tear at our core. We're here to lead and we're here to restore. We're bound to a code, anchored in stone. Together as one, yet each stands alone. We're fathers, we're brothers, with love as our guide.
How you living, everybody? You doing good? Hope you all doing well tonight. Let's get it going. Yes. You know, we couldn't let it pass and not talk about this whole Nala situation. And we're going to get into it tonight. Do you guys really, truly think that Nala's, her redemption arc is legit? Or do you think that she's conning everybody? It doesn't matter. We're going to find out. Because this girl has been the talk of the conservative community for these last year. So we just either got to figure out what we're going to do with her. We're going to keep on talking about her, or we're just going to stop talking about her and stop making her famous, because this is ridiculous. But let's first say hello to our friends, shall we? Let's see. Let's see who's up in here. Sorry, let's start from the top. We got Siege D, of course. How you doing, Siege? Salute to you. Mike, I see you, my friend. Chrono's in the house. All right. Carney's Bride's in the building. Miss Alexandria. Rahuya, salute. Sell your light. What up, homie? I see you. Sell you light podcast. How you doing, my dog? Please join the conversation. Love to hear your opinion. Of course, Ms. Producer's in the building. She's like producing and yelling at me. You guys can't hear her yell at me. Only I can hear her yelling at me. And usually it's in my head and never really happens really at all. That's what she says. Let's see. Who else? Oh, we got the Raging Patriot in the building. Salute to you, my friend. How you living? All right. Anybody else? Old Joe. How you doing, old timer? I know you're old and shit. I thought it was past your bedtime. I'm glad that it's not. GT, I see you. Salute. After the thumbnail. Oh, man. Oh, I'm sure the thumbnail is going to piss off a lot of people. Oh, well. American Uncensored, how you living? Let's get it going. You guys feel free to hit the link. I'm not sure if Miss Producer dropped the link. I believe she did. But if not, I will drop the link and pin it just in case that didn't happen. She's rather busy yelling at me. I told you she beats me regularly. Ooh, Miss Ashley's in the building. How you doing, Ash? I see you, girl. Hey, girl. DJ Electra's in the building. Hey, girl. Let's see. Who else in the building? All right. So tonight, let's get into it. You guys saw the video. You saw what we were talking about tonight. Does it matter what Nala Ray, if she is a Christian, if she's not a Christian, if she claims to be, does it matter to you and why? I think it'd be good to know. What are we fighting for? What are we arguing about with this chick? Does it matter? So please feel free to click the link pinned at the top if you want to join the conversation. To me, I really don't think it matters. It's none of my business. That to me is a personal thing. Like your relationship or who you worship is a you thing. It's between you and your deity. Has nothing to do with me. Now, some might make me their deity, and then it would have something to do with me, but I never asked to be made their deity. Okay. But that's for another story. I think that people need to realize that wherever you're at in your religious walk or in your belief system, whether you've been, a Christian or whatever in that faith for your whole life, or 2 days or 6 years or whatever the case is, you are always going to have a learning curve. There's always something you're going to be working through and not great at. And just because you may not struggle with one sin or whatever, doesn't mean that the person that does struggle with that sin is less of a Christian than you. Your struggles are different. And yes, some struggles could be kind of similar just because of the sex. We know that most men tend to struggle with lust, right? But you know what? Let me tell you, fellas. I'll tell you something that you may not know. Some of these ladies out here are pretty lustful. Let me tell you something like that. I've been a victim of their lust. They have lustified me and kidnapped me. Never mind. I won't go down that. That's DJ and story hour. We're not doing that, right, Chrono? No DJ and story hour right now? Okay, thank you. But no, women also suffer from lust too. Maybe not as much as men or obvious as men. Sometimes, they say they get a lady boner, but it's not really true. But just because you might not be struggling with this struggle or sin in your life doesn't make you less of a Christian than somebody else. So what does it matter if she claims to be a Christian and to you, like what business is it of yours? That's kind of I want to get to. Why do we care so much? Why do I care? Why are we talking about this chick so much about her conversion or if it's legit? Now, I would think that is because there have been many people that have converted since Nala and before Nala, right? And they probably didn't get the type of royal treatment and red carpet rollout as she did. Now, if you ask Nala, she'll be like, red carpet treatment rollout, what are you talking about? People are talking crap about me all the time. I'm always crying on OnlyFans and all this other stuff. And I find it interesting because it's like all the top echelon, folks. So you got like Michael Knowles, you got Daily Wire, like that whole organization. A lot of different like Christian artists, like Lecrae, for one, platforming her. You get a lot of these people doing this stuff that don't even really know her, that are just kind of celebrating because she says, I'm Team Jesus now, and without doing any fact checking, they're just kind of co-signing her.
And you know, I always say trust but verify. I'm trusting that she's telling the truth. I'll wait and see. I'll verify by watching her actions. And if her words and her actions align, that's all I could go by, right? But I think it's the fact that she was already this celebrity status because of all the bukakis that she had on her face, and her cheating fantasy that she liked to share, right? So she was already like well known. I mean, so then it's like for her to go from doing that to all of a sudden wanting to be, you know, on fire for Christ. You would think Christians would want to champion that. Like, yes, she's saved, right? And I think part of every Christian want to be like, man, I really hope that's true. I really hope that's true. Because I know I do. I was like, I really hope this is true. Although I may have questions about it, that's none of my business. She don't have to prove to me if she is or isn't. Because who am I? I ain't God. I'm not her deity. I'm not who she has to convince or, you know, believe. So to me, it's irrelevant. But the problem that I have with all this, right? The problem that I have is some of the things that she said. Chrono comes in with a $5 super chat. He says, DGen Coffee Table Book Fund. And yes, we should make one, and no, not 50 Shades pop-up book, but maybe still pop up. The coffee table pop-up or a book? Or coffee table pop-up book? Either way. Ghost comes in with here for thoughts. Wait, no, I'm not. Oh man. But I'm gonna play back the video a little bit, and I want to point out a few things what Nala said.
Today on Trigger Point.
Shut up, you. All right, listen to here. I want you to hear how excited she is.
It says,
her
hey, you
first
should
month.
join only, and you'll make a lot of money and get famous.
Yep.
And then that happened.
It actually happened.
Which doesn't happen for anyone, but it did happen for
It
you.
was crazy because
Oh.
the guy was like a recruiter. I don't know if he worked with only. I didn't like stay in contact with him along, but he was trying to get me to sign up under this code. So he tried to get me to sign up. I thought it was sketchy, so I didn't use his code. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I don't even know who you are. And then I started only. I was doing it all by myself, and I made like $85,000 the first month.
My dad
Right there.
encouraged me to stay on.
Okay.
Mother and daughter duo.
So she bragging about making $87,000 on OnlyFans, right? Like I made $87,000 my first month, and I did it all by myself, right? But then now it's her dad's fault. Shift the blame to my dad wanted me to stay on longer than I wanted to.
And I made like $85,000 the first month.
My dad encouraged me to stay on OnlyFans.
Okay. So now it's dad's fault that maybe she stayed on longer than she wanted to because, you know, the money was good. It's now she's blaming dad. It's dad's fault because dad needed money and she was giving dad money. Dad, who is the former pastor who is now locked up in prison, serving some time for aggravated assault or attempted assault with a deadly weapon. I don't know. Against her mom, they're going through a divorce. Horrible situation. But dad's not even here to defend himself. He can't even come out and get a public, you know, give a public address. Like, hey, inmate 9978 says he wants to speak to the press about his daughter. No, nobody's going to hear him out. So it's kind of convenient, you know, she's going to just, dad want me to stay on longer. How about you just say you want to stay on longer?
I'm out.
Ex-pastor.
Hold on.
Yo.
Wait a minute. Rewind the tape. What? Because Was he burned by the church?
Of course he was.
Okay.
He never brought that up really, but like for me, I was paying him. I was giving him money like every month because like, hard life, or he's like wants to quit his job, or like.
So basically now she said the reason why I hoed out more on OnlyFans because I had to raise my dad. I mean, that may be true. I don't know. I don't know this situation, but I all I do know is that she doesn't like taking accountability. Ashley comes in with a $2 super chat. She says, I'm claiming Glenn is mine and I will fight. Round 1. Fight. But it gets even a little bit crazier, right? Who did that?
The fuck was that?
You did that.
I did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Oh.
Why you pushing buttons?
Who's this?
I don't know. It's Ashley. She claiming me. I'm
Uh-huh.
claimed.
I don't know, man.
She said she gonna fight somebody too. I want to see a fight.
We're gonna throw down.
I mean,
Anyway, I guess I'm supposed to be reading those super chats. So
yeah, you're supposed to be reading them. What are you doing making me read? You know I don't read.
I guess it would sound better coming from me. I am claiming Glenn as mine, and I will fight.
Where were we? Where are we here? What are you doing?
Or I'm like here.
That's tough.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
When I finally decided to
So
follow
let me get to this part.
on
yeah.
OnlyFans, I made 87 grand.
Oh my.
Every month was like, how can I top last month? That was my brain. Like I fed off of that thought. You're a puppet. You're literally a pimped out puppet.
I haven't looked into it happily, but people say you kept your OnlyFans site up.
Yeah.
So this part is really interesting. She conveniently has an answer. It's just so convenient that she has an answer for why her OnlyFans had to stay up longer. But what she doesn't address is why she raised the price. Why did she raise the price from like, I think it was like $10 to like $50 for a period of time? I don't know. Why did she raise the price? But let's hear her out.
So Jordan can shed some light on this too. So what happened in the beginning was when I had told him originally I'm deleting my OnlyFans, I had full intent to delete my OnlyFans. I even showed him, we were right next to each other when I pushed the delete button back in like January. And what happened was I had so many subscribers, OnlyFans won't allow you to close your account until every single subscriber has unsubscribed. Like they physically have to push the button. But what they don't know is that people sometimes are very inactive on OnlyFans. So I am still waiting for the site to be completely shut down. However, you can't do anything. I can't even log in anymore. Everything's deleted off the site. There's no price to get in, nothing. So OnlyFans has disabled the site, but it's not down yet, if that makes sense.
Okay. Doesn't really seem like she's too sad about making $87,000 a month.
So I also want to point out, I'm going to find this other video real quick. It's on her TikTok, where she's complaining about that she had to pay over like $300,000 in taxes. Well, let me just do some math for you here, folks. She made $14 million, right? She got $9 million. She had to give half of it to the management agency that she worked with. So she has $4.5 million, right? And you're complaining that you had to pay $300,000 in taxes. I mean, $300,000 in taxes is a lot of money. But when you have $4.5 million, you're straight. You're straight. Like what is, the problem? Like, I mean, either she's really dumb and she was really bad with her finances, which a lot of young people are. They're living in a moment. She was driving around in a Lambo, for a while. And yeah, that was one of the things that she was like, I had to downgrade and go to a Jeep from a Lambo. I'm like,
bitch, I got a Jeep. What the fuck's wrong with you? I love my Jeep. Don't be talking shit about my Jeep. Like, but it's just silly that, like, she thinks that um like, it's she's doing us a favor by downgrading. Like, you were just bad with your money. If you had $4.5 million, okay, you could have done a lot with that. But instead, you decided you wanted to ball out. Well, also, she did say that she was taking care of her dad and whatnot. And I'm not gonna I don't know. I still think that's stupid. Like, I mean, I'm not saying don't take care of your family and don't help your family out, but not to the point where you are putting yourself out. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's gonna be affecting your life. Where is it? Oh, is it this one? Hold on. Here we go. Now we're getting there. Here we go.
Okay, just listen. Giving away all the money that you made doing sinful acts does not make you a Christian. I have
Okay,
so many people
real
in
quick, let
my
me
comments
restart this.
just
Like, the way that she starts this video, just watch. It's like,
people are gonna
hold
hate
on.
me for
Shut the fuck up, bitch. All right. First of all, the way she starts this video, her whole attitude in this entire video already tells you that she's not really ashamed of what she did. You know what I'm saying? Like either that or she's putting on a really good front. But this is the wrong attitude, in my opinion, that she would want to project. This doesn't show humility.
people are gonna hate me for saying this, but just listen, okay? Just listen. Giving away all the money that you made doing sinful acts does not make you a Christian. I have so many people in my comments just telling me that they will only believe me that I'm a Christian if I gave away all the sinful money I made doing porn. See, from what I know is from Romans 10:9, the Bible, it says that if you declare with your mouth and you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins, then you will be saved. That is all it requires to become a Christian and to turn from your ways and to repent from them. That had to have a real transformation. Am I still doing that? No. I'm not still doing porn. I am not selling myself on the internet. I deleted every single thing that could be even potentially explicit content off of all my social medias, dude. Off of every single platform I own. I even deleted my entire Twitter. I don't have Twitter anymore. But Nala, you're not a Christian if you have colored hair. No, no, you're not a Christian if you wear makeup. You're not a Christian if you have false eyelashes. You're not a Christian if blah, 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 blah. No, it has nothing to do with your standards on my walk with God. It has everything to do with my standards with walking with God. So when you're done judging, when you're finished, when you can get to this point of peace where you're like, oh, maybe it doesn't involve selling all your belongings, wearing different makeup, coloring your hair a different color, going natural completely. That has nothing to do with being a Christian. Literally nothing to do with being a Christian. So I don't understand it. Why there's still people out there hating on me for turning to Christ, but then also being like, did you give away? So
I want to, before I play this next one, I want to point out that she's not wrong. She really isn't wrong. You really don't need to change your hair color, take off your fake eyelashes, or any of that shit. I mean, there's plenty of women that are worship leaders at these churches that that look just like Nala, dead ass. But a lot of them, they don't really, we don't know about all the facials and stuff that they got. We don't know that. But this is the one that cracks me up because she bragged about making $14 million. Now this is her crying poor, or woe is me.
I got off of OnlyFans. I
had significant debt. I got off of OnlyFans last year, in the beginning of last year. And I owed taxes for the previous year, right? And so now I'm not making that money anymore. And I just want to encourage you guys, because this is actually happening right now to me. I had a letter from the IRS stating that I owed $288,000. And then from the Tax Board of California, I owed $88,000. So that's state tax and federal tax. So I was able to pay off the $288,000 to the IRS because I liquidated my brokerage account, my IRA, my life insurance policy, and I used all that up, all of it. I have no more savings. So that was a really hard time in my life, but it brought me through some crazy circumstances with the Lord and trusting in God to provide my needs like he promises in the Bible. But I want to tell you something. I still owe that $88,000 to the Tax Board of California. But
California gonna get
they
their
just
money
sent
too.
me their final letter of saying like, hey, this is going to go into collections literally next month. They said that they're going to put a lien. They're going to put a lien on my credit. They're going to potentially garnish my wages, all that stuff.
What wages?
It looks really scary, right? Like the mountains in our life, the giants in our life that are calling us out, picking on us. It's really scary. But I want to encourage you, tell that mountain, that giant in your life, how big your God is. He is.
Let me tell you this right here. This is a hoe tactic. All right. This is a Christianese version of a hoe tactic. All right. If you don't know what she's doing. Yes, she's proclaiming that, my God is bigger and he could tear down this mountain. Yes. You know what she's doing? She's also invoking you to contribute. She's invoking you to get involved. Help her out. You don't want her to go back on the pole, do you? I mean, she just stopped being a hoe all a year ago. You don't want her to have to start getting facials again now, do you? Oh, I mean, without really saying, here's my Cash App, send me some money. I mean, she's pretty much saying all that. This is a hoe tactic for real. This is a holy hoe tactic. Holy cow. Like it's crazy. This is literally crazy. This is, I mean, I guess it's evangelical kosher. I don't know.
Is bigger than those problems. He created you to be here right now. He never promised that life was easy.
It's like the
there will be
porn
mountains,
star
there will
version
be
of
giants
Joel
that happen
Osteen,
and
but a
come into
female.
your life and feel like it sits on your chest.
All right, I can't do it anymore. That's enough. That's enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to know, do you guys think talking about her conversion is necessary? I really don't think it is. Those are the things that bothered me. Now, could she be a Christian? She very well could be. Do I care? No. Does my opinion matter? Absolutely not. It just doesn't matter at all. God knows her heart. That's it. That's all I got to say when it comes to it. But the problem with the church is, though, they're so easily willing to accept her without having anything tested. Like these huge platforms, like Lecrae is a huge platform. Lecrae owns a record label, Reach Records, right? One of the most notorious, notable Christian rappers and Christian, production companies out there in the hip hop world. I mean, I've worked with them. I've worked with them when in Dallas with I could pull up the picture. Actually, worked with his record label when back in 2016, 2017, when they were in Washington, did a show out there. So I mean, these guys I'm cool with them. I just was not cool with like the whole platforming. Like nobody's fact checking this girl. They just see that she's hitting the news or she's hitting the social media and everybody's talking about her. And it says that she converted to Jesus, Team Jesus. So now they want to see this prodigal daughter story because everybody likes the prodigal daughter story or prodigal son story, from being lost and now I'm found and down and out and sucking dick on the side of the road for some crack to now I am with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and I'm not sucking dick anymore. That's pretty much what these all stories are. Now here's the picture, you guys, for those that wanted to see it. Boom. Yeah, buddy. So this is we got J Money, Jay Gibbons, Ty Basil, DJ Teddy, and Bizzle. Bizzle's here. Bizzle's part of Reach Records. So are all these guys. I was the event host, just running the show. It was fun. Good times with Reach Records. But it is, you would think that these platforms, they would want to do some vetting first. And they don't. And just like the evangelical church that just says, hey ho, how you doing? How you been? Probably doing some ho stuff, but bring your holy ass in here again. Like that's pretty much, how they do it. They don't check it. So when you hear guys like Andrew and Rachel call this bullshit out, when you hear people like, Pearl call this out, they got some room to question this. Now, who blew it out of proportion? I think Nala is an attention-seeking whore. Personally, I'll have no look. She wanted the attention when she was getting busted on her face and all these different things and bragging about what she liked to do. And now she wants to be the attention whore, going around telling everybody that, she's was lost and now she's found. And she's making the whole what Jesus did or, what God did for her, really his story. She's making it a her story. It's about her. All of this is about her. It's not about, what she's, God's changing her life. It's all these people that don't believe me. Well, I am a Christian, blah, 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 blah. Why do you care? Who are you trying to prove it to? Why do you feel the need to, because somebody says they don't believe you and have made fun of it? Like, what's the point of responding? Because you want it to be about you. And this is the thing that like Michael Knowles doesn't get, because he is contributing to making it about her. Like their entire, just the other day, they did their part 2 or their second meetup, almost a year from the original one. And it's all about her. I mean, I get it. He's bringing her on, but you would think that she would use this time to talk about other things and stuff. But no. Like, I mean, it's not my place to judge you. It's really not. It's just, whoa, camera, stop. The hell's wrong with you, camera? He was spazzing out. You saw that? It's not my place to judge. If you say you're a Christian, cool. That's between you and God. I'm gonna just watch your behavior. If your behavior and your words don't align, then I don't know what to tell you. But it's not really my place to judge. I could encourage you. That's about it. And what bothers me, if you guys saw, the church has this thing about pandering to women, and that's not doing them any good. Actually, it really sets them up for failure. And men in general just do this naturally. Like we want to just kind of shelter them a little. I was trying to show you. Bad camera. You know, like Jesus wants the rose. All right. The Matt Chandler video that I played. This is what's bad about that. Now, I would tell you this: the church has done a fucking horrible job when it comes to talking about sex. All right. 1 minute when you're growing up, don't you have no lustful thoughts? You're going to hell. You're going to burn, you know? And you're like, shit, I'm going to hell. Even if I look at a girl, she's hot, I'm going to go to hell. Right. You know how many times I thought I was going to hell in high school because all the fire and brimstone. If you had these thoughts, man, every day I was like, today's the day. It's going to be burning up in here. It's getting hot. Because they use that scare tactic, the fear tactic on that. And to me, that's not the way to do it. So, because then you shame people that, you know, from sex. You shouldn't shame sex. You should just encourage it in the proper place, right? If it's supposed to be within marriage, then you're supposed to just, you know, champion it in marriage and talk about it in there and talk about how great it is once you get there, and that, you know, whatever. But don't be shaming folks. You know, I remember the purity rings. I mean, I thought the purity rings had a kind of cool idea, cool concept. But then like all the girls returned their purity rings and they made a vagina statue out of it. Oh, that happened. That did happen. It blew my mind. But yeah, the church has failed when it came to talking about sex. That's for sure. And I know many pastors that will agree with me. I've spoken to many pastors about it, and they concur that the church has done a shitty job. All right. But this is the pandering that I'm talking about here. I'm gonna play good old buddy pal of mine, Mark Driscoll. You know, he says I'm his best friend. Nah, he's never said that. He probably hates me. Because I always make fun of him. But let me play some good old Mark Driscoll here, and let me just show you how pastors like to pander to women and attack men.
You guys, it's so frustrating. Some of you guys have been coming here for years. You still got your hands all over your girlfriend. Some of you guys been coming here for years. You're still not praying with your wife. Some of you guys have been coming here for years. You're still single and having sex. Some of you guys will even as I'm preaching the sermon, some of you will be sitting next to your girlfriend or your fiance or your wife. Some of you guys have already given her that look. Don't cry. Don't let them know they're talking about me. Just hold it together. You've already intimidated her right here. Some of you guys have already whispered in her ear, I don't want to hear it. We're not talking about this in the car on the way home. Some of you have already whispered in her ear, I'm sorry, I'll do better. Trust me. Let's just move on real quickly. How dare you? Who in the hell do you think you are? Abusing a woman, neglecting a woman, being a coward, a fool, being like your father, Adam. Who do you think you are? You are not God. You are just a man. You're not an impressive man. You're not a responsible man. You're not a noble man. You're not a respectable man.
And you are an ugly man. I'm just saying. Do you see that? Like that's how they pander. That's one of the ways. That's Mark Driscoll's way. He likes to punk you in front of your wife and your kids, your girlfriend, and just berate you and belittle you like that. Because that's what, you know what that does? That makes women go, oh my God, he's on our side. Yeah. Why aren't you like him? You know, it's like, it's kind of bullshit, right? That doesn't do anything. That's not doing anything. But then like I said, you have Jesus Wants the Rose. Not to mention, you also had, and I think Doug Wilson definitely has changed his mindset on this. Doug Wilson once said, if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy. But now, Doug Wilson has definitely changed his position and his tune, which I'm very grateful for. And he is now saying quite the opposite. Here it is. Oh. Oh, hello.
Hello, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How you doing? Yeah.
Let me
I'm
just read
good.
this. Oh, let me just read the super chat really quick.
Oh, yeah.
Glenn Rose, Pastor Mark Driscoll for a living. Thank you so much, CHG. I will jump right down. Hi, Ash.
Hi, Ash.
Hey, Michelle, feel free to stay up. It's like, I'd love you to be here for the conversation, but whatever.
I will. I just got to grab my cord and I'll be right back.
All right. So let me play this video while she'll be right back after these messages. And Siege, you get one of these. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope we do get our goal. If we don't hit the goal, things got to shut down early. And we don't want the party to stop. But let's just listen to this.
Area that you're not
Yeah.
allowed to actually address things there.
Correct. That's because the advice I'm giving here is not advice that I would have given in 1300. I'm saying that the women of the church, in the evangelical church, the women of the church currently are the sacred cow. There have been other eras where that was that wasn't the case. You would have to preach to the rich bankers.
Yeah.
Or you'd have to, there are people that that person is not a sinner because he's a fat tither. Okay. That's a previous, that's not the big thing now, but has been in the past. Currently, the group that you're not allowed to criticize or act as though they have struggles and temptations that are unique to their station, that group is women. That's our current no-fly zone. And I believe that when the reaction occurs, and I think there'll be a reaction, and a bunch of meathead men will take over and they'll beat their chests and stuff, and then in 100 years, the young pastor needs to go after them first. Right now, we live in a feminized culture. We live in an effeminate culture. We live in a culture where men have abdicated or been excluded, and all for the sake of the sensibilities of the women. So I think that that's the place where a young preacher ought to draw a line and say, I want to be the pastor of everybody here, and that includes the women, that includes the kids.
Yep. And he's not wrong. The other day, a buddy of mine said that who's talking? Shut up. How do I hear myself? He said that, on one of these Twitter spaces, he said that, the church is dead. Men, feminism killed it. And it's your fault. And I'm sitting there like, do I really want to accept this? Do I agree with this? And in many ways, he's not wrong. And that's the sad part. He's really not wrong in that sense, because it's not what it used to be. Why does it keep on echoing? Shut up.
You're hearing an echo?
Yeah, on my end because of Twitter's.
I don't hear it. Oh, you're dual streaming. I was about to say.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds really clear.
So, ladies, what did you guys think of the opening? My thoughts on Nala and all this nonsense.
I have several thoughts, and like and as you both know, Michelle and Glenn, I like to play devil's advocate. So it's
Mhm.
not that always these are my true inherent beliefs, but I am a debater at heart, and I like to look at things from multiple points of view, multiple lenses. And as I'm listening to this, I can imagine the arguments against people that are disagreeing in my mind. And what I'm hearing is that, we obviously like April, that's a good one. Andrew and Rachel Wilson were brought up a few times, right? They're also sinners.
Yeah, we all
They were
fall short.
also, yeah, and I'm not trying to drag them through the mud
Yeah.
by any means. I think they're good people. I think they're doing a good thing, and I think they've got a good thing going. But they both self-admittedly did not live the most Christ-like life before they met each other, and they'll be the first to admit that, and that's fine, right? The second thing I can say is that we're all guilty of doing that, right? Um, Not that Nala Ray isn't a one up on any of these circumstances, obviously, doing some kind of, quote unquote, corn content and then coming back and saying that you're not, right? And then making content on the adverse. I would say, like, isn't that still making content just like anyone else is making content, right? Like us making content off of her making content right now. That is still making content. And if her purpose truly, and we don't know what her heart is, we can guess, and I'm not defending her by any means, but I'm playing devil's advocate because we really don't know, and I don't know her heart either. And
Yeah.
if her heart truly is in this and she's now wanting to make content to support Christ and to support Christianity, who are we to say that she's not actually doing that, right? Like we're deeming her as being unchristian like because of her past and because of what she's doing now, being like, well, you're capitalizing off of that past and you're trying to make money off of it. Well, aren't not every single one of us, but content creators, and I'll again bring, and I hate to, but like bring up Andrew and Rachel Wilson, like, and the whatever podcast and Fresh and Fit and anybody you want to bring into the mix, sure, anybody that's making any type of monetary anyone that's getting monetary gain off of this, are they not also making content and then reaping in the benefits off of Nala Ray's kind of demise or rebirth or whatever you want to call it, right? So then in that instance, I would have to say that we're all kind of equally as guilty. And I don't understand the big sensationalism about the whole thing. It's like, if we want her to go away, then we quit talking about her. If we don't want her to go away and we think that she's truly a sinner, then we prove it. And how can we do that without being God ourselves and judging her?
Yeah, like see, it's not that judging her so much as in like I'm not judging. I really don't care. Like if she says she is, cool, that's between her and God. Really, what my opinion of her doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, right? Like and I'm not really going around saying what I think. Now, I did point out the areas that cause red flags for me, and that would be the lack of, remorse, the very braggadocious, talking about her success in that industry, right? If she was so ashamed of it, why would she be bragging about it? Um, and like just her attitude overall, she just seems very entitled.
I think that if, again, devil's advocate, if she
Yeah.
wasn't ashamed of it, why would she be quote unquote bragging about it? I think it's because it is a stigma that's going to follow her around forever and ever. Amen. It's her claim to fame, so to speak. And if she ignored the pink elephant in the room, then she would then be considered a joke or a hypocrite for not addressing it. And she would just have to spend the rest of her, whatever it was she was doing, whether it's talking to people on live streams or videos, just addressing that very thing that she refused to just come out from the beginning and address herself. Again, devil's advocate. I don't even like this person, I promise you.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. My thing is this, like there's just too much inconsistencies not lining up. to where I'm kind of always just like, I'll just wait and see. I don't have to believe her. And she doesn't need me to believe her to get into heaven. That's between her and God. So if I don't believe her, that's irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like if she
Correct.
doesn't get Glenn Lawrence's stamp of approval,
But Glenn,
God's
there
not going
are
to be like, oh, you know what?
there are several streamers out there that are quite, in fact, saying the opposite, and just flat out accusing her of being a complete fake, phony farce that is
We're all
not
hypocrites.
genuine.
I mean, I'll say that
Right?
everybody is a hypocrite, and the church is full of hypocrites, and there's always room for one more. Because everyone's a hypocrite. I just
The
think
church
that,
has room for one more. I like that.
yep, there's always room for one more. My issue with this is that, okay, it's not necessarily Nala. It's everyone else but Nala I have a problem with. Like these platforms that are bringing her up, like they're flying her out there, putting them on the show. You are parading. You're basically parading around her story, and you're letting her show her story to everybody. And what is the message that's coming across? Listen, girls, yeah, you could do OnlyFans, and guess what? You could find a man that will marry you too.
Well,
Don't worry.
maybe it's actually speaking to the girls that are already in the midst of doing OnlyFans and want to get out of it and
She's
don't
only
see
going,
that
but
they
she's
could
going
be
to only
redeemed.
Christian podcasts, though.
Yeah, that's it. Like,
She's
when
only
is
going
she
to
going to
Christian
talk
podcasts.
to the OnlyFans people? When is she going to go back and tell the OnlyFans people?
How do we know that the OnlyFans people even want to talk to her if she's now shitting on OnlyFans? They
I think
probably don't.
I think that is actually a way to kind of gauge how serious she is. Who is she giving her messaging to?
But Michelle, what I'm asking is what OnlyFans positive communities are out there wanting her to come to them and speak? Do we know?
I'm sure OnlyFans takes.
Well, I mean,
them
okay, like
anyway.
I'm pretty sure if she
I would
hit up,
assume not a lot.
I'm pretty sure if she hit up No Jumper, if she hit up Adam 22, who had
Maybe
her
she
on there
needs a better
before,
manager then.
she
Maybe
could,
somebody ought to be reaching out to her for better management.
well, I mean, it's not even a management thing. Like, I mean, she has these people's contacts, you know. Why didn't she go out and reach out? I mean, we don't know
that she hasn't.
We don't know if she
Exactly.
has or
We're
isn't.
assuming. We're just assuming.
We can only go off of what we see her on.
And
So
she's
all that
probably a
she-
terrible, horrible demon slut. I don't care. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
You're right.
We don't
And
know.
we don't know, but what we do know is that we do know that she's only been on certain platforms that are safe for her.
Or that have invited her with open arms to come in and speak.
At the end of the day, that are still safe for her.
That have invited her to come in and speak. We
Yep,
don't
and-
know other ones that have. We don't.
Yep. We don't know, but we do know that
I don't
they
know. Are
the-
you really changed if you only go and speak about things that you're passionate about to where you're invited, or do you just tell everybody?
Well, from what I've seen, she's told everybody because her message is getting out there to everyone. I don't watch any of these podcasts that she's been on, but I've seen clips of her talking about it all over the place. So for me personally, I've seen her message, although I am not a follower of those people.
Right, because
Yeah.
she's going on the bigger podcasts, which are very attention
They have
giving,
a
which
bigger
only
reach.
aligns with
Can
her previous
spread your
feature.
message. Devil's
And see,
advocate.
my
That can
issue
spread your
is
message.
my issue is it's almost like you're celebrating her bad behavior because she says she changed without any verification of a change. Well, like there should be some time grace period. Let her cool
I mean,
off.
how do you put out videos of yourself praying and being chased, right?
I mean, it's just the people that around you will know that will be your
There you go. And the people she's surrounding herself, from your own words, seem to be Christians and Christian podcasters.
no, those are the ones that invite her on, and then they're really inviting her on because of the name draw and the attention that it got.
Well, then
You know,
she's getting her
it's just-
message
it's
out
just-
there any way she can. I don't
It just
know.
goes to show that
I
even
really
like
don't know.
Christian networks are not beneath going for the clickbait and going for the sensational stories. You know, like it's not beneath them to do that either. So I mean, because like, do you guys remember that there's only one guy that I know that was talked about a lot. There was this like Chinese gangster, right? Like he was like a gangster to the core. Like he like triad, he'll kill you, like right? And he turned Christian. besides him, he was the only one I've ever heard that, like, they were talking about the guy's troubled life and then blah 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 blah. But Nala Ray, Eva Lovin, who's that other one? There's like 3 or 4 out there now. Oh, there's the girl that said God told her to go make porn, the Catholic teacher turned OnlyFans sensation. But nobody's checking them. And these girls have pastors. Why aren't their pastors checking them?
Maybe they don't want to be online. I don't know. And then think about the porn actress that has made her living, right? Like somebody like this Nulleray person. Again, I promise I didn't know who she was until recently. I also promise I don't care. I'm just arguing for the sake of argument. But like, think about this person and think about her making her living being an online personality because of her naked body. And now imagine, just for argument's sake, that she really truly doesn't want to do that anymore. And she really truly has changed, but she still doesn't know any other way to make her money other than being an online personality. So she is trying to make that transition. So then doing so, she's going to have to capitalize off of something. And then in that argument, can you say that the other people capitalizing off of Christianity or Orthodoxy, so on and so forth, aren't doing kind of the same thing?
Capitalizing off Christianity?
As in making your money streaming about it, which is what a lot of people do.
No, there's a lot of people that do that.
A lot of people
Definitely.
do that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Untraceable or trackable.
Yes. Is it fair to compare, the people that serve in the military, but they don't make a long-term thing out of it. They just go and do. Hey, some people were drafted and some people chose to make a short-term contract, and that's where they learned about a lot of things. And then when they don't, want to do the hey, I want to be a general, I want to be a sergeant major, I want to retire. Hey, let's just say you do your short-term time in that college of whatever it is you get out of it. How about that? And then you come out into the real world and you're going to receive so many different reflections. But it's hey, if you learned how to survive, if you learned how to do so many different things, eventually maybe out there you're gonna find something for you, but you're gonna give them every bit of what you learned. And to think that they're gonna deny you, that's when certain type of anti-work things come along, because there are so many of us out here and they don't want to deal with us because we don't want to deal with uneducated low life sons of bitches that just get hired. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, have you I'd rather meet your mama than meet your drill sergeant. You understand?
Yeah, my drill sergeant was a pain in the ass. Sergeant Ramirez, he was up my ass all the time.
I don't understand what this has to do with our conversation, but thank you for your service.
No, thank you. Thank you for being out there and doing what you got to do. It doesn't go.
Anytime, my guy. Anytime. I will be out here in these streets.
I don't think that's a good brag.
Shut up.
I'm just saying. So I think it's time to go to how about we do a break? How about we do I know. Where's she at? Where's the boss lady at? Hey, woman! Woman! Which one?
I'm here.
Uh,
We should do the main bitch.
The main
The main hoe. The main hoe. Girl 992.
You want me to release the new Girl 992?
Yes, sir. It's that time.
Okay.
I need to get you back in the lipstick. You know how it is.
The fuck? No, you don't. Who is that? Yeah. Okay. Shit. Hello. How does this work? Excuse me,
Yes, my child. How can I help you?
Daddy. I mean, Poppy. What do I call you?
Father.
Um.
When was your last
Confession? I never did nothing wrong. Shit, are you talking about? No, I need some help. Yeah, see, who was that just left out of here confessing? You know, the tall one,
Who just left is none of your concern.
strong jaw. Yeah, is he married?
Please tell me what sins grieve you, my child. What do you need help with?
Is he married?
Yes, he's married.
He is. Well, that never stopped me before. I've been with many married men.
You know that's a sin, my child. It's adultery.
What? No, see, I need some help, Daddy. See, I need me one of them.
One of what?
Those men. Do you have any men like that in this beautiful church? Hmm?
We have plenty of eligible bachelors.
Does he got like, I don't know, lots of monies? Because I need someone to take care of me. You know, like my Botox, all my injections I gotta get. I need to be pampered. Okay. I ain't a basic bitch. I gotta drive my Jeeps and shit, you know. I gotta look good.
You should want to be like the Proverbs 31 woman. Where it says in the beautiful scriptures that she's a virtuous woman who is worth more than rubies. More than rubies, my dear.
Do I get the rubies? Oh, do I gotta give up the boobies?
Why? No, please. Put your boobies away.
No?
Do you have a Bible, my dear?
And what book? Yeah, I got the Bible. See, your Bible and my Bible are not the same Bible.
What kind of Bible do you have?
See, my Bible in Hoe Tactics, First Sluthians, chapter 16, verse 1, make her man your ATM. You know what I'm talking about, girl?
Well, that sounds demonic.
So where can I meet like any of these like, you know, single men that want to take care of little old me in your church? You got any of those?
Your best bet is go talk to the sisters in the foyer, and they'll have a mixer pamphlet to hand you.
Okay. Now, I don't have to like dress all prudish like y'all do I?
You could come as you are.
Come as I is? Oh shit, girl. I am gonna put on the most sluttiest thing. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna bag me a couple, man, maybe one or two of them up in here.
Well, the sisters will help you. Go ask the sisters. They know everything.
So you said it's the what? Okay. Thank you. No, you've been a good daddy. I mean, father, whatever it is. Just watch out for the altar boys, okay? Thank you.
What the hell? Everybody knows I don't touch no altar boys. I always touch the nuns.
You're a bad boy, Glenn.
I'm not. I didn't even do nothing. It was him.
At this point, I'm wondering how often you wear a wig and lipstick.
Only when Michelle makes me.
So like daily.
No.
Okay.
See, this is what I got a text message one day. She's
Mhm.
like, well, how about you tell her?
It's only when I'm in the mood for it, Alex.
Just when you're in the mood for him to dress up as a chick. Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Are you in the mood now?
No, she's not.
But what if she was though?
But what if she wasn't?
You know what? I am in the mood for you to dress up, though. I
Yeah,
want you to
so
go
then
put the
what?
priest costume on.
What are we doing with the priest costume?
I dressed up for my who is my now wife. What when we were 18. But we didn't really get together until we were like 30. And
So you wore the same outfit for 12 years?
Hey, I was down for whatever back
Okay.
then.
Are you saying you dressed up as a woman for your wife?
Hey, I had a bald shaved head, and I wore a skirt and whatever. Hey, they did my nails. They put lipstick on me. Do you think I'm scared of anything? Let alone trying to like get further in my progression. But it didn't happen that way. I did all that and I got, nothing. But I'm married to the woman that did that to me back then.
I'm so sorry. And yeah, I don't think you're scared of anything. I mean, you just admitted that publicly, so no fear.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. If you're scared of what you were trying to do, why were you trying to do it? And if you're scared of where you
I was just
wound
about
up,
to ask you that same question.
again, why would you even fucking try?
I wouldn't. I was scared. Now wait a minute. When you say skirt, like, are you talking about like a kilt? Because if you did that, that's like a cultural thing, and that's not a. Trust me,
No,
you don't want to
bro.
tell a
No,
Scottish
bro.
person
Oh, it was a straight up skirt.
like a pencil skirt.
It was like
Don't ask me how I
a
know the different cuts of skirts, but I just know these things.
it was a tiny little thing, and I did the whole get up, and it was a team. It was a team of them.
A team.
But she just wound up being one of them, and
I literally have no idea what we're talking about.
He wore a skirt. He's talking about his Mrs.
Okay.
Doubtfire experience. Okay.
hey, I'm not worried about the truth. If you guys
the truth will set you free.
Wait, now I'm curious. Okay, so she wasn't your wife. You said your wife. You
She
ended
wasn't
up
his
marrying.
wife at the time,
Right? Was she even your girlfriend,
but she's his
or
wife now.
no? I want to know. Was she even your girlfriend at the time?
Oh no.
Okay,
Her
so
her
now
her
I want to know.
boyfriend was much older than me.
Okay, so now I want to know, how did you get into this situation where you were with a bunch of chicks that were dressing you up like a woman? How did that start?
Um, a bunch of chicks
You
were
said there was a
like,
group of them, right?
oh yeah, hell yeah.
Okay,
It
so yeah,
was a college dorm room.
so just a normal day in college. A bunch of chicks were like, "Hey, we're gonna dress you up like a woman," and you're like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah, and there was a couple of dudes with me, but they they declined to be touched like that, and I became their object of affection, if you will.
Okay, yeah, that just sounds like a normal Tuesday.
I mean, I even had the picture. They did a Polaroid, and it got posted. Yeah, Go fuck yourself. Oh, you want to look at me? Hey, what do they say? Any attention is good attention.
Hey, boo boo. Take a look in the picnic basket.
Well, I see so many people like they want to grow their channels, their YouTube channels, but they shy so much away from the truth, or you know, they refuse to go at it with certain people, and it's like, well, you know, if you want the bigger picture, it comes at you in different ways. You know what I mean?
Bro, I don't know what you're on about, but you sound like a meme. Are you being serious right now? And if so, what's your point?
Well, if you want reactions, put yourself out there, and if you don't want reactions, don't.
Okay. So you want some reactions based off of what? The very super controversial things you're saying?
Well, it doesn't have to be about me, but when I recognize that, you know, I
No,
show up.
when you take up like several minutes of an online podcast where we're talking about a specific subject, you change the subject. No one can tell what the fuck you're changing that subject to, and you make it all about you, then I guess it does kind of have to be about you. And that's why I'm asking you. Otherwise I wouldn't.
Well, it didn't have to be about me, but I was asked questions.
So what are your thoughts on the videos that Glenn played? Nala Ray on the whole porn actress gone Christian lady. What do you think?
Yeah, I didn't watch them.
Exactly. All right. Well, cool.
So, Glenn, can I get to my thoughts about what you were saying? Glenn, Daddy?
Yeah, go ahead, Alex. I think he's getting dressed for me.
As a woman?
No, I told him to put on the priest costume.
Oh, I really like that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I definitely think I don't think it's real. I don't think she found God. I mean, from the videos that he played, which of course it's not everything. Well, let me start by saying I've never heard of this chick until tonight, like this show right now. I've never heard the name Nala Ray. Is that right?
Really?
Nala.
Wow.
Never
Okay.
heard of her. But from what he showed, which is just what he showed, that's not everything, I'm sure.
hmm
She's just talking about how like she did OnlyFans and made money, and then she's talking about how she needs, well, how she has to pay all this stuff, and then arguing with people about how she found God. Like, she's not actually talking about, well, from what he showed, like her actual path of how she found God and how she got to know God and whatever. It's just like, it seems like it's not genuine to try to help other people find the Lord. It's just something for attention.
Based off of the videos you saw tonight.
Yes.
I agree with you. Based off of these videos, I agree.
Like, she's just trying to just say anything to get attention again. And then another thing, like,
why do you think she would do that?
Maybe she was, I don't really know what her content is, because like I said, I don't
Right?
know
Like
it.
what's in it for her to do
But
that?
maybe she was tired of, like, I don't know, sleeping with dudes or whatever she was doing, and she was like, oh, I should find a different way to like make money and not have to keep doing this. Like, I'm getting old. I don't want to just be like taking dick after dick. But then
So
also,
what kind of, if that's your theory, assuming you're a smart woman, then what kind of content do you think that she would be making right now?
like, by stopping doing it, exactly what she's doing, trying to just be a social media person where she gets paid off likes and views and comments.
Mm-hmm.
So it's working
It's
for
a
her.
hell of a start as a social media person.
Right.
So yeah.
Right.
Because she went from having OnlyFans and now I'm sure she had social media, but now it's like everyone's coming to the social media because it's a big thing to talk about. So it's a way to make money and not have to stretch your vagina out.
Do you think
repeatedly.
the Christian redemption story is like a big thing to talk about? Like, is that like, do you think it was targeted to that, or is it just, oh, well, I don't need to do porn anymore. I can just do something else?
I think that's a way to get even more fans and other types of people. Because it's like I already have like all the dudes that are fine with porn, but now I can get the women on my side and the feminists and the Christians and the conservatives. Like I can get even more people to follow me and click and like and donate, whatever.
So if it was genuine, what do you think she would be doing with that information in this newfound life?
If it was genuine, well, I would hope she would be smart enough to have saved some of that 14 million, and I would think she would just like be spending her time reading through the Bible and praying and working on things that she clearly needs to work on, such as like people saying stuff about whether she found God or not, and she's online arguing with them. I think if you really love God, you're not going to just be arguing with people about this because you don't care what they think. You are
That's interesting because a lot of people that claim to really be loving God are the ones online arguing with her or against her.
and a
I'm
lot
glad
of
you
them
said that. Yeah.
a lot of them lie. I feel like when you really are one with the Lord, you have peace. And you don't want to argue with people about what you believe and whether God. Hi,
Thank
Daddy.
you, Alex. You fucking thank you. Yes,
You're not
exactly.
you're not going to argue about
Exactly.
whether you really love God or not because we are God's children. He made us, and the most important thing is
But you know, there's a lot of
Listen,
money to be
children.
made. There's a
Listen.
lot of money to be made in arguing about God and whether or not we love him correctly.
This is true. This is true. Since the dawn of time, people were fighting over God. So, who wants to confess? Who got some confessions? All right. There's no Ursher around here. So, don't need Ursher. Who has some confessions? Anybody? No? Nobody? Y'all good? Everyone?
do you have any already? I mean,
Hey,
Oh, yeah,
we got
we
plenty.
do. We have plenty. It's just that, you know, the grift is real.
The grift is real.
The
Get your
grift is real.
confessions in, folks. This is the time to get your confessions.
hey, and there is a time and place to give confessions to, because if you are willing to admit that you have never failed, just talk to a coworker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or you get rid of all your coworkers and you just work for yourself. Where did Grid 1 go? Grid was here.
I have a confession.
Where did Grid go? Hold on.
He dropped down. I will bring him up as soon as he comes back. Alex, go ahead.
Daddy.
Who are you? Father. I'm Father. Father
Your
Glenn
father.
Lawrence.
Father, I masturbated last night to some really dirty porn and I came 3 times in like 30 minutes. I didn't even know it was possible, but I did it. And I want to do it again. I want to go for 4 now. Father.
Why is the camera following me? Stop following
Hey,
me, camera.
setting goals is it's a hell of a thing, because
That's a
that means you're
goal.
trying to reach further than you did before.
Yeah.
That's reaching for. That's going beyond.
So
right?
Father, what do I need to do?
You need to
It's your pussy. I swear to God.
You need to something.
Should I do it again?
What? Huh?
Should I not do it again?
I don't know what you're
Hey,
talking about.
do what feels good. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
I say put some ice on it. Where's the ice? Ice pack.
Okay.
You know, you need an ice pack. Some cool sensations. Cold water. Shower. Something.
I took a shower right after. I'm sorry. I just thought it was like this was a safe space where I could confess. Okay.
Well, it's one of those. Hey, that's also one of those questions where it becomes handle your business. Ain't nobody gonna tell you. Can't nobody solve your issues. If you feel like you gotta, do that, then go ahead and do that.
I mean, you do you, but if you don't think that, hydrate. Make sure you hydrate. You gotta hydrate. I mean, you must be all out of water.
No, I did. I drink a lot of water every day. That's all I drink. Yeah.
Solid Steaks come in with a $2 super chat. I confess that Glenn needs to call Vanilla Ice. Stop, collaborate, and listen. Speed running round after round. Chrono, you know a lot about that, don't you, Chrono? Don't you? Chrono. I know you do, Super Soaker. Yeah, no, I'm not flustered at all. I'm totally cool. I'm good. I think you should pray like really, really hard. And
How
ask
hard?
like really hard, pray really hard. And like get a flask or a floss and just like whip your back or something every time you start feeling things.
Can you help
things,
me do it really hard?
I don't. That gets me arrested. I don't do the whipping. Like priest stop getting involved like that a long time ago because what happened was we got Diddy insurance. And hi, my name is Glenn Lawrence, and I'm with Christian Church Mutual Insurance. That's right, Christian Church Mutual Insurance. And I have a question for you. Are you fully covered for all incidences? All incidences. I'm talking about not your normal earthquake, flood in the, bathroom, or the ceiling cracking down. No. I'm talking about your, sexual misconducts when you're laying up of the hands and you're praying in the tongues, the yeah, that stuff that y'all do, or like the youth people doing the little touchy with the kitty. Or maybe you have a really vocal and very guilty worship leader, kind of sounding like
My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes. Baby, I don't want to hurt nobody, but there is something that I must confess.
Let me tell you, it did not work out for him. See, he didn't have Diddy insurance. That's right, folks, Diddy insurance. See, Diddy insurance may cover the entire legal defense team. It may also be able to pay out any judgments that your clients may have to owe to the injured party. So if you want to give them the finger and tell them to take that, like Diddy did, then you need to call 1-800 Christian Mutual Insurance and get your own Diddy insurance. That's right. Wait a minute. Diddy's locked up for the same shit. And so is R. Kelly. How you name an insurance plan off of a man who did the diddling? This is some bullshit. Did TD Jakes get a deal? Because TD Jakes was a power bottom. He was at the Diddy parties. Yeah, T. Jakes was there. You know about his diddling ways. I think I retired for the priest for the night. Ugh. Probably
You're
Glenn
no
needed.
longer a father. What are you now?
Glenn.
Oh, okay.
Just plain old Glenn.
All right.
You know. Whew. Telling you, that father job is really hard. I don't know how they do it. Like, the funny thing is I do know like some like older Catholic priests, like in my family. They're not like in our family, but they're in our family. Like my grandmother's side is all Catholic. All the Italians are all Catholic, right? And
same.
Like the fathers know everything. Like they know all the dirt. And they will tell you like, oh yeah, we've heard all your stories. We've heard all everybody's. I'm like, you got like some of the secrets of secrets up in there. Like, just imagine.
There's something to be said there, and it comes down to the hair on my face, and different people look at different things differently. But if you're willing to take what you did today as evidence off of your face, how about carry a year? Just go ahead and do it. I'm not telling you to do it because I don't think you want to do it, but carry a year on your face. Be untouched by what somebody thinks you should look like or would look like. This is you untouched. There is no law that's going to control your hair. There is no God that's going to control what you look like untouched. In fact, it may bring you closer. And I'll say that. Thank you.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
What would bring you closer? I'm kind of curious about this closeness. Closer to where? I want to get like, well, depending on where we're going, or what's going on. Like, are you getting close to like finding the gold? Are you getting close to like fire? Are you out in the woods? Like, where are we at in this closeness?
Hey, if you don't know who you are,
I know who I is.
Okay.
I'm the only one that knows who I is.
I'm not saying that you haven't put yourself through trials. I'm saying that this is a simple trial for most people. It's just to don't reduce yourself to looking like something if you're not that.
Yeah, I agree with
You're basically saying
Kronos.
don't talk about it, be about it. Right? Let your actions speak for you.
Yes. But at the same time, you should have some expectation of yourself. Now, if that expectation leads to hey, I have to shave my face or I have to cut it down
I
to
had to
this
get rid of my beard recently. Well, not recently, like in August.
No, I feel
shaved. Oh man, I'd be where you are right now if my beard was still growing.
Yeah, but there could be a situation where I took a job where it was like, hey, you look like this, but our regulation is like 4 inches. It's like, well, if I take that job, I have to meet that. But this is what I'm allowed to have. And what I'm allowed to have, thankfully, is part of what I've learned through, so many years. And that is where I fit in as far as the work I do. So happens to match that they don't care what I look at. So I get to have whatever shows up on my face, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, yeah. And it kind of is like it's funny because I'm gonna find a way to tie this in, and it kind of goes back to there's this movie. Actually, originally it was a play, and it was called Fences, right? And it's with Denzel Washington, right? And Denzel plays a really upset dad. He's bitter, angry at the world. And one day his son's like, "Dad, why don't you like me?" And he goes to his son and like you. I ain't gotta like you. Me and your mama worked that out between me and her, and liking your ass wasn't part of the deal. And he's like telling his son, like, why are you so concerned about whether or not people like you? You should be more concerned about whether or not people do right by you. And it kind of seems like even in this whole Nala scenario, she's more concerned about winning people over and being liked, or she actually loves being in the spotlight so much that she doesn't even care if she's the villain in your story. She just wants to be talked about. And that is really interesting because it kind of tells you more about the person than you think.
You did a very good job tying that in.
I did tie that little bow put on top.
But no, I agree. I think it tells you a lot about the person. And I don't remember what the 7 deadly sins are, but
they're deadly.
I'm pretty sure that's one of them, though. Like wanting attention. Like it's not pride. It's not, like wanting attention so bad that you'll do anything for it.
Greed, pride. I mean, that's very prideful.
I don't know, but I definitely feel like it's not with God to do what she's doing.
Lusting after pride, lusting after the attention. Gluttony, she's heifer, just wanting to eat all the attention up.
Chrono in the chat said, now that you're out of the costume, I can call you daddy again. Can I?
No, only my children call me daddy publicly.
Okay, so it's a no. It's a hard no.
Okay. Hey, untraceable. Where are you located right now, so we could trace you?
Yeah, it's cold here. It's 52 degrees Fahrenheit in my garage where I'm sitting. But I'm down here in North Carolina. What are you gonna do about
it? All the way in North Kakalaki. That's what's up.
It's about to be from the forecast. It's about to be 70 degrees tomorrow.
Man, you know what?
But
It's been like that out here all winter long.
That doesn't mean so. Today was 30s in the morning, and then it was 64. But my car sat in the parking lot of my job the entire day. And when I got in my car, I had to turn the AC on. And I don't like to be cold at all. But I'll tell you this, when I got in that car, it was like, this thing's been baking in the sun. The workhouse wasn't as accommodating.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, because out here it's been about 70 degrees year round in Los Angeles. Like it was like, no, let me take it back. We had a few days in the 50s, like high 50s. You know, a few days in the high 50s, and pretty much other than that, 70s. But we're about to approach our rainy season where it's just gonna dump on us for like a couple weeks, and that'll be it. It'll be like 3 weeks of dumping, and then that'll be it. That'll be all the water we get. So, do you think that? No, you don't know the story. Yeah, I remember you said you weren't listening.
Say it, please.
How about I just play a little clip video for you? How about that? That'll be better. Her first month, right? She's bragging about it.
Mother and daughter duo that do OF content as well as have the same boyfriend. Yeah, they share the same dude.
So this is my portion of the monologue and trigger point. So let me just get straight to it. For over a year now, Nala Ray has been literally in the spotlight because she put herself there. Whether that's because she wants to be in the center of a bukkake, you know, that's when a bunch of guys go all over her face, or she wants to now tell everybody she's a proclaimed Christian and she's turned her life around. Or she wants to tell you how much money she made doing porn. You know, like, hey, I made a lot of money doing porn. I made $14 million or something like that. She wants to be the center of attention, you know, and that has made a lot of people question her true conversion. Now, if you ask Glenn, do you think that Nala Ray is a Christian? I don't know. Really don't care. Why don't you know? Why don't you care? It's none of my business. What do you mean it's none of your business? It's just none of my business, and it's not my place to judge. Only God knows. I'll let God deal with that. God deals with God problems. Glenn will deal with Glenn problems. All right. But that's not what we're talking about today. The reason why we're bringing her up is because, well, Nala Ray has exposed a problem with the church. What am I talking about? Well, when it comes to women coming in the church seems all but so eager to just openly accept them and kind of elevate them to statuses of evangelists. I'm just going to play a few montage clips of Nala. Then we'll break those down. Let's get into it.
And some guy reaches out to you, whoever that is, and says, hey, you should join only, and you'll make a lot of money and get famous.
Yep.
And then that happened.
It actually happened.
Which it doesn't happen for anyone, but it did happen for you.
It was crazy because the guy was like a recruiter. I don't know if he worked with only, I didn't like stay in contact with him along, but he was trying to get me to sign up under this code. So he tried to get me to sign up. I thought it was sketchy, so I didn't use his code. I was like, I'm not going to do that. I don't even know who you are. And then I started only, I was doing it all by myself. And I made like $85,000 the first month.
My dad encouraged me to stay on OnlyFans.
Time out.
Ex-pastor.
Hold on.
Yo.
Wait a minute. Rewind the tape. What? Because was he burned by the church?
Of course he was.
Okay.
He never brought that up really, but like for me, I was paying him. I was giving him money like every month. Because like, you know, hard life, or he's like wants to quit his job, or like his other kids need a divorce lawyer, or, you know, I'm like, here.
That's tough.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
When I finally decided to follow Christ, I called my dad and I was like, hey dad, I'm getting off of OnlyFans, like blah, blah, blah. I was so excited. He was like, well, why don't you just stay on another year and a half and like make more money and, you know, like settle yourself in? Cause you know, it's really expensive, right? 5 years.
And how much money do you think you made in total?
14 million. My first month on OnlyFans, I made 87 grand.
Oh my.
Every month was like, how can I top last month? That was my brain. Like I fed off of that thought. You're a puppet. You're literally a pimped out puppet.
I haven't looked into it happily. But people say you kept your OnlyFans site up.
Yeah, so Jordan can shed some light on this too. So what happened in the beginning was when I had told him originally I'm deleting my OnlyFans, I had full intent to delete my OnlyFans. I even showed him, we were right next to each other when I pushed the delete button back in like January. And what happened was I had so many subscribers. OnlyFans won't allow you to close your account until every single subscriber has unsubscribed. Like they physically have to push the button. But what they don't know is that people sometimes are very inactive on OnlyFans. So I am still waiting for the site to be completely shut down. However, you can't do anything. I can't even log in anymore. Everything's deleted off the site. There's no price to get in, nothing. So OnlyFans has disabled the site, but it's not down yet, if that makes sense.
Okay. Doesn't really seem like she's too sad about making $87,000 a month, her first month, right? She's bragging about it. And it's not just her, okay? This is kind of a thing that I've noticed with a lot of women that have left porn that go into the church or something along those lines. Well, what am I talking about? Well, there's another one that you may not remember or may not be aware of. Her name is Ava Lovin, or better known as Candace Hobars, something like that. Let me show you what she says. And I want you to understand and listen to how she brags about herself.
As an entrepreneur into podcaster. For listeners who don't know too much about your backstory, tell me about your squiggly line into podcasting.
So I started off as a glamour model. So I did the hot rod magazines, like those biker babe magazines, car magazines. And then I started kind of getting into more of the adult space. And then over a span of 10 years, I got into adult film, and I was contracted to some of the biggest companies in the world. Still like one of the top ranked performers, even though I've been retired for almost a decade.
Now, did you guys hear how she said that she's still one of the top performers, even though it's been 10 years since she's left the industry? Well, let's go back.
Income, like those biker babe magazines, car magazines.
Listen right here.
And then I started kind of getting into more of the adult space. And then over a span of 10 years.
Listen to how much she brags about how proud she is of her success and how she is still considered.
It boils down to from some
Years I got
listening.
into adult film, and I was contracted to some of the biggest companies in the world. Still like one of the top ranked performers, even though I've been retired for almost a decade.
Does that look like the face of somebody who is ashamed of what they did? No. See, the church doesn't actually really push for shame, especially when it comes to women that have a very questionable background. But let me tell you, if you're a drug dealer, or if you're a guy tattoos, or have tattoos on their neck, don't be surprised if you walk into a church and the first thing, they seem to do is make you see if you want to receive Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
And then ask you about 997 times if you're ready to take communion. Yes, untrackable.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of people like to put their resumes out there, but they wanna attach something to their resume, whether it be heroism or I'm a veteran, but that doesn't mean that I just get to attach heroism to my resume. And if you are going to go down that road, it doesn't mean that you get to just attach global attraction to your resume. Hey, you got fucked and you put it out there. I don't know what to tell you after that.
Yeah. What up, Grid?
What's up, man? How are you doing?
Doing well. Just talking about this, like,
it's interesting, like with this, what I see with this whole Nala Ray thing is like they're so quick to, you know, just move past like any type of like verification, you know, and just like trust blindly. Oh yeah, she says she's Christian, just trust her, you know. And for one, I really don't care either way. That's not like her claiming she's a Christian has nothing to do with me. You know, that's
Sure.
between her and God. Has nothing to do with me.
That's the truth for sure.
Right. So I could care less. And who am I to judge? I don't know. I don't spend every day with her. I don't know what she does, you know.
I hope you don't spend every day with her.
I don't. No. So it's like
that's how you get things.
That's how you catch a case. You start burning, itching, scratching. I'm not talking about the scratch and sniff. I'm talking about the burning and the itching with the scratching. That's not going to be a good combination.
That's never good, man. It's never good.
So I just think that like, it's really nobody's. It's a personal thing. It's supposed to be between her and God, and she wants to proclaim that what she believes in. That's great. But the problem is, I think there's twofold. One, she's mad if people don't believe her, as if we're supposed to just believe all women. Right? Two, all these platforms that are bringing her on and platforming her, whether they know it or not, are all co-signing her or making her more relevant. Like Michael Knowles, Lecrae, all these big podcast channels that have like huge backings are basically co-signing her by platforming her to share her testimony.
Hey, I just
we
want to
are
say,
called a witness. I guess
testimony is whether they know that testimony is accurate or not.
I just want to say thank you for having me, and I'm going to move on. But I see you again. Much love to you and yours.
Thank you, Untrackable. You have a good one.
So, I kind of like where your head's at, Glenn, but we are called to witness.
Absolutely.
We are.
But we're also
even when we don't agree with that, with the things, that a person has done. I think actually that's a short-sightedness of the church, of many churches, not all churches, but many churches today, is they get into this Puritan complex of holier than thou, better than ye, whatever.
But she's doing the same thing. She's doing the same thing.
I'm sorry?
Nala's doing the same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying Nala's any better, right? Nala's a special case, man. She's on the one hand, I hope that she is for real. All evidence points to that she is for real, that she's out of it. Is she married now, or did she get a boyfriend?
Yeah, she's married. All that shows that, yes, as far as we know,
all the evidence shows that she is for real. Been up front about everything. She had, to her credit, and it's hard to say this with a straight face, to be honest with you, but fortunately I'm tired enough that I don't know that I would laugh. Fortunately, she was really open, right? About, hey, I did this, I did that, I did this, and didn't hide, or as far as we know, right? Like, we don't know. She could have banged way more dudes. She could have banged half the dudes she says she did. We don't know. We can only go by her statements. And honestly, I don't care enough to investigate her, to be honest. She was a whore, now she's not.
Well,
if she becomes a whore again, then she becomes a whore again.
She's just a reformed whore.
I'm sorry?
She's just a reformed whore.
Is there such a thing?
For
me, no. For me, that's not reformed or not. You either are. It's like a reformed criminal, right? And this is one of the problems I have with the justice system. Like if
I don't sell drugs no more. I'm reformed.
Right. Yeah. This is my problem with the justice system as well. Is that A guy goes into jail, supposed to do his time. You know, you serve your time, you do the crime, you serve the time, and that's it. It's supposed to be that way in this country. It's what the Constitution was all about. When we got rid of killing people, right, and cutting hands off and shit like that. When we stopped that, the idea was that as Christians, country was Christian, man, go to jail, do the time, get out. His debt to society was repaid. It's not that way anymore. You go to jail now, bro, and that shit will follow you the rest of your
You don't even
life.
gotta go to jail.
Yeah, that's right. Just get arrested.
You just gotta be falsely accused of something, and something.
That's right. That's right. Well, especially if it's something sexual or drugs. If you get caught with drugs in some areas of this country, it will go on your record, and that shit will follow you to every job interview that you ever take.
Yeah.
It will literally, like when an employer pulls it up, the first thing they're going to see is, you know, you were pulled over for speeding and they found whatever drugs or alcohol or whatever. And that's fucking wrong, dude. That is not Christian at all. Like, that's the worst bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Well, I mean, I agree. My thing is, it's like, why do we tend to, like, okay, for the Nala story, right?
Sure.
For one, I'll tell you why I think she is a little, it's hard. There's red flags. Why I think it's hard for people to believe her. One, she doesn't show any remorse, really any remorse. She brags about making $87,000 a month and wanting to top that.
I did read that. Yeah.
So there's that. She's still kind of bragging about that. She mentions how she made $14 million doing OnlyFans in 5 years. You know, like if you wouldn't talk about that if you weren't proud of it, you know, like gross.
No, I disagree. I
don't know.
I think that I don't think she's bragging. I think she's just being upfront and honest. If she was bragging, she would be literally like way more fucking. I mean, we've all seen women brag. Women don't brag like that, but maybe, I don't know. I can't assign anything. First of all, I don't know her. If I knew her, then I could say.
I'm only basing my opinion off very little information.
Yeah. We're just bullshitting here, really.
Yeah.
I like what Angel Berber says, except I agree that she's a baby in the eyes of the church, and that's okay. But there is no point in time, at least in the in my Christian faith. I don't know about anybody else's. I don't really care. In my Christian faith, there's no point where you should not witness to people and tell them, hey, I did this thing.
Yes.
And I was wrong.
You know,
you should not do the thing that I did because it was wrong. It is not good for you. Do not fucking do it. And as long as that is her message, I don't have a problem with her. I don't like her. I would not be comfortable sitting next to her on a bus.
Well, you think she'll rape you?
I mean, no, but there are things that crawl, you know, that I'm being a little facetious.
But this is an example of why I have a problem with it's her attitude. Watch this.
People are going to hate me for saying this, but just listen, okay? Just listen. Giving away all the money that you made doing sinful acts does not make you a Christian. I have so many people in my comments just
this attitude
telling me that they'll only believe me that I'm a Christian if I gave away all the sinful money I made doing porn. See, from
this attitude right here, there's no remorse, you know, and I get it. You're frustrated because people are calling you out because they think that you are.
I think she's right, though. I would beat someone's ass if they said that I needed to atone. I would have more sins to confess if someone did that.
Here's the thing. She's making it about her. She's making it about her. Like if her story of her salvation coming to God is supposed to be to glorify God. If it's supposed to be, no, if she's supposed to be glorifying God about her story, then right now she's making this about her.
Because other people have addressed her specifically about a very specific thing.
Who are they?
I would be way more pissed.
I'm like wondering, like, who the fuck are you? Are you
That's,
God?
yeah, I would literally be like, what the fuck?
No,
I would probably beat somebody's ass. If somebody came up to me and said, hey, you remember all those mean things that you did when you were in your 20s? Yeah, you don't deserve any of the shit that you got because of that. And you should give it away.
The mean shit that I did in my 30s and now in my 40s?
Right, I got to atone. Some of our ogres are, I got to atone. What the fuck, man? Anybody that calls for someone else to atone is literally the worst possible kind of person.
I agree.
I would have the same reaction she does. Actually, I would probably literally beat someone's ass.
So listen, let me point this out. She goes from bragging about liking getting nut all over her face.
That's gross.
Liking to cheat on boyfriends. She had a cheating fantasy. Says that's all lies, right? So she was in the spotlight then. She loved being in the spotlight then, right? And she loves being in the spotlight now. That's the problem. She's making it. It's all about her. For the last fucking year, this girl has made almost every Christian conversation somehow about people not believing her. And my question to her is, why do you care?
I don't know why anyone cares. I don't know why you and I are having this conversation, because to me, she's unimportant.
So what I'm pointing out is this is more of a flaw with the leadership in the church, because why are they platforming her in this sense?
I don't disagree with you. I don't know that it's necessarily the leadership. I think it's the way the current crop of churchgoers tend to be doing things, like just like what this woman's talking about, that they're literally people who claim to be Christians telling her to give away all of her ill-begotten gains, right? Like, what kind of fucking idiot are you what kind of pocket watching are you doing to do that? Who the fuck told you that you can do that? Like, I would literally whip somebody's ass in the street. And then they're, doubting whether or not she's really changed. Like, and I can't say how I would react, right? Because I ignore people really well. Like, I just don't give a fuck. You can literally just come at me 24/7.
That's my thing. Like, why does she give a fuck? Are any of these people that disagree with her or don't believe her, are they God? Do they have a say so?
Right. I mean, you and I have that ability, maybe, but even, like, I don't know that. See, I have the ability to ignore people. If I had people coming at me 24/7, I would just fucking turn the internet off and go get on my boat and go fishing. It's no problem. I'd just fuck everybody. This may just be the way she deals with shit, right?
Degenerate shit. No, I think it's her constantly interjecting herself into the conversation, right? She doesn't have to. She could ignore everybody. She really could. But because
we all could, you and I don't have to be on this platform right now.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to point out is that she enjoys being in this position. She enjoys being talked about, whether it's people.
Hey, Tim, what's God's work? She should ignore who and do what work? What's God's work?
She should be focusing on her relationship with her husband.
I have no fucking clue what she should be doing. I'm not God. I don't know her relationship. I'm not getting into that shit.
This is. I mean, think about it. Now this is.
Glenn, did you freeze or did I freeze?
I didn't freeze. I'm still here, like this.
Your picture froze completely.
Am I frozen?
You were on my screen.
Oh. She's still got simps. She's still got people. She's still gaining the attention that she desires. And that's the problem with that.
She's a mediocre looking woman. She's gonna have simps. I mean,
I understand, but you go from selling your ass for that attention, and that's fine. Do you?
Mm-hmm. Disagree that it's fine. I mean, I have a problem with her. I mean,
well, like, to each is their own.
Like
I couldn't be her friend. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no level ground there for us to be friends.
My
You know, like,
issue is that she is expecting people to just accept her because she says. Believe
well,
all
that
women.
actually is exactly the way it's supposed to work.
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
No. When do you ever
I don't get it, but
no. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you. In any situation, when do you just give people blanket trust that whatever they're saying is true?
I didn't say that. I said she's expecting you to just to ignore everything. And I do that for everyone.
No, she's expecting us just to believe her.
I don't have any reason to disbelieve her.
I don't know her. I disbelieve you.
Right. I don't have any reason to believe her. I don't have any reason to disbelieve her.
My thing is, you know what? Trust but verify. It's always trust but verify.
Sure. But I'm not.
I don't have to believe her.
I have no interest in her at all. She's irrelevant.
But that's her thing. She's more mad that people don't believe her, and that's why she keeps on bringing herself up in these conversations. And now she's kind of grifting for $88,000 when she's basically crying poor after making 14 million, take home 9, end up walking away with 4.5, and she has to pay taxes, and her taxes are like 88. She paid like the state tax or federal tax.
Yeah, she's in California, so she's fucked.
She had to pay California taxes. She moved.
Oof.
She had to pay $88,000 in back taxes to the IRS, to the feds, and then she owes California $88,000, and she's crying poor. And basically, she was trying to grift, I should say, off her followers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Look, again, I don't follow her. I don't care about her. She's irrelevant to me. The only reason that anyone platforms her now is because they want to know. Like she's not relevant to me. She doesn't. I just don't give a fuck. Okay, look, and this is my total point of view, and I say this about literally every fucking body,
except me.
I don't know.
That's what I say. I don't know
what your relationship with God is. All I can judge is by your actions. To me, I still think I don't know. She says she's become a Christian. She says I don't know. It's not my place to judge. All I know is that I'm not. I do what I have to do not to go to hell. I hope you're doing the same. If you go to hell, I'm sorry. That's just the way things worked out for you.
That's the way I look at it. I say same thing. Like, I am working on my own salvation. I don't have the time to worry about whether this person over here is living right. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't care about that. About
especially if I have no connection with them.
Yeah, I especially don't. I especially don't care about a whore. I'm really surprised that Michael Knowles is continuously having her on.
Well, because this is kind of going towards like
I'm really interested in that because it seems like
that's bigger. That's the bigger.
They're making her more relevant than anything, right? Like
that's
they're
the
getting
bigger part of the. That's the bigger part of the problem.
I would honestly.
I guarantee.
I think that she would fade. I would think that she would fade away, do her videos at home, act like any other Instagram whore. Or not whore. Okay. Instagram model, whatever.
She's not an Instagram model. She's a.
I'm saying she could act like it. I would think that her and her husband would go away peacefully somewhere, live on the money she has. Hopefully, he can make some money, and she could do the Instagram model thing once in a while and just live her life. Why she keeps being pulled to the front of the class, I don't know. I don't understand why Michael Knowles continues to.
This is what a lot of the Christian groups do. Like, somebody that's like just lived some horrible life, just got saved. Let's parade them around and welcome in. Like, yay! You don't even know yet. Like,
yeah.
Like let them.
So the problem, my problem then, honestly, is not with
no,
Nala.
it's with her. It is with her because she's the one that's still interjecting herself in these
conversations. But you just said that the problem is with these.
No, there's multiple.
Hold on. She
multiple
can't
facets here.
interject herself into a Michael Knowles interview. Michael Knowles, he
You're
has
right.
to call her and say, "Hey, come on up here, and we want you to be. We need a flawed female guest, and you fit the bill perfectly, baby. Come on up."
No, it's not. It's not that way, because what she's doing is she's making herself the conversation in the social areas of discourse, in on the spaces that people have our, the town halls, right?
Literally everybody does that. I mean, I don't.
Yes, but hers, again, her story is so one extreme to the other, right? It's people are discussing it. So of course Michael Knowles and these other people are going to discuss what is being discussed, what's popular, what's the new talk of the town. And yeah, he had her on last year when she proclaimed her faith. It's only logical that he would bring her back on again for another show.
I don't.
Hey, Glenn, can I throw something out at you guys? I have a quick question.
Sure.
Of course, old Joe.
So I missed the first part of your show because I've been crushing it in the gym, Glenn. I have a huge bench press now, and I've been nailing the heavy bag. And I was doing that when you were. I was doing that when you were first talking. So are the questions that you're asking, A, if this woman is being authentic, and B, if the church establishment should be
I'm not asking any questions.
Yes, my question was, is her redemption arc authentic? Because this kind of leads into what me and Grit are working on. So it's kind of like a precursor for that show. So it's one, is her redemption arc really authentic? Right? And then two, why don't the church have a higher standard, a barrier, a burden to, a proof?
Okay, so I asked the question. I had a demeanor when I made my first statement on purpose. So when I came up, I bragged to you guys about how I was crushing it in the gym, and then I moved on to something else. Now, if that was something that I genuinely did for myself, whether I did actually do that, make those accomplishments in the gym or not, why am I up here bragging to you guys about it?
Because you want us to know.
So that's something different than me actually accomplishing that task that I set myself to, which is being in shape. It also, I'll bet you, and you guys are polite guys. However, I'd be willing to bet it felt just a touch awkward for me to speak like that. That some guy would.
No, not really, because I'm used to it. I know a lot of bodybuilders. My everyday conversations.
Okay. Now let's say there was a group. Let's say there was a group of people that were susceptible to that were maybe out of shape, and that enthusiasm I was showing, which may or may not be genuine, could then be sold. Have you ever heard of the Liver King?
Oh yeah, Mr. Steroid King himself.
So the question I think you're asking, Glenn, is extremely important and really needs to be discussed. A, is this a grift? B, who is behind it and profiting from it? So these things happen all the time, and we call them out. Let's say, for example, the Liver King, but we don't seem to call them out when they're matters of faith. We seem to say, okay, let's be hands off, because this is kind of sacred territory. And I myself think that whether these people are telling the truth and authentic about their belief in God and the results in their life, I think those are important discussions to have without necessarily judging these individuals, but we're saying, is what we're looking at real? I think it's an important discussion to have myself.
Well, we can't even define real, so
you would be able to ascertain. This woman would be able to ascertain whether her motives were surreptitious.
She can't.
Are there ways that you might be able to get hints?
No.
I think there are.
I think that anybody that thinks that they know what's real is usually fooling themselves, especially about somebody else's thoughts or feelings.
We're not talking about objective reality. What we're asking about is, can you pick up tells from people who are being deceptive? Are there things that you would look for?
Not when it comes to a matter of faith.
See, this is it. I believe there are.
Yeah, well, you can believe that, but I think you're wrong.
how you don't think you've ever seen circumstances of people who sell faith and didn't give
Yes.
themselves away
But I've also
beforehand?
seen people that I 100% would have said that they are absolutely selling faith that were the best Christians that you'd ever think of.
Okay, so how about somebody like Jimmy Swaggart?
Do you think he wasn't a Christian?
Do you think he was authentic?
I think he believed in his faith. I think
So
he was
do you
faithful.
think do you think that there was something inauthentic about what he was doing and how he used God's name?
You'd have to define authentic.
Was the man a con man in a sense, or no?
I don't believe he was a con man. No.
How
I
about
believe
Peter
I believe
Popoff?
that he believed everything he said.
How about Peter Popoff?
I don't know
When
who
his
that
wife was talking into his ear and telling everybody to throw their medications over the aisle because he was healing everybody.
I don't know who Peter Popoff is. Jim Jones, obviously, he absolutely believed what he taught. He actually a bunch of people drank the Kool-Aid, literally.
Well, and this is the thing. So this is why it's important, I think, to have these discussions, because following this false faith can be extremely damaging, in my opinion. Like what Peter Popoff did was he would have cards and he would take cards from the crowd and he would have people. His wife was talking into his ear.
You can have faith and be religious and still sin.
But Grid, I was just going to give you an example of somebody who was selling God as a grift.
I get that, but we don't know that I can't know him. God can know him. I cannot.
Completely. I use Peter Popoff for a reason. Yes, you can know him. His wife was broadcasting into his ear, telling him the ailments that these people had, and he was claiming he was receiving word from God.
You can sin and still be a Christian.
So do you think it's important that we ferret out that kind of behavior?
Sin? Do you believe that once you're a Christian, you no longer sin?
What I believe is that con men should be called out. And I believe behavior that's deceptive should be criticized by us.
Okay,
I think that one of the Ten Commandments
is Joel Osteen a con man.
One of the 10 Commandments says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." Does it not?
Is Joel Osteen a con man?
I don't know who Joel Osteen is.
I think he grifting.
I think he knows how to monetize some shit. That's for sure.
No,
but is lying and deceiving something we should ignore or be worried about?
If you can determine it's a lie, sure.
Okay, well, how would you determine it's a lie?
I don't know. It would have to be proven to be false.
So at some point, you have to nothing can really ever be proven. At some point, you have to take matters on faith. How do you make a business decision, Grid? How do you decide when to move on a property?
I have to tell you, man, this is an interesting thing because I see Christians do this all the time. I will never question another man's faith. Ever.
Well, I would disagree with that.
That's between him and God. And I will never trust I will never doubt someone's motivations to the point that I don't allow them to do what they want to do. Now, if it interferes with me, that's a different subject, right? That's a different.
And how do you determine that?
Question. How do I? If it interferes with me, Nala doesn't interfere with me. Nala doesn't. I don't give a shit about her being a whore. She either is a redeemed whore or she isn't. I cannot know that. You cannot.
What if Nala was dating your son or going to marry him?
Let me change it from Nala to someone else. Maybe this will be helpful. This might be a little bit easier. This is Pastor Michael Todd. All right, big mega church in thing like Oklahoma.
If I was there, maybe I would have told him, is there something in the middle you could do? Like kind of a little maybe if somebody, I was born like this.
It's got to be meth or you sped it up.
And
maybe I did.
That there was an option of other in the kingdom.
We got like 3X.
I wish there was an option of, okay, cool. Okay.
Well, listen, hold on.
This pastor said a lot. And in trying to be loving to the LGBT and trans community, does he in the end just dishonor God and confuse millions of people in person and online? Well, I'll let you guys decide.
What kind of
I'm going to show
pastor?
you what he said and interact with this, give you my thoughts, and then.
Are you judging whether or not he's a Christian?
I'm just curious what kind of pastor he is. Is he like
Male and female.
some
He's a
sort of
black
weird?
pastor.
I'm sorry.
He's a black one.
This is not a bad. I
No,
need y'all to
come
hear
on.
my
You know
point.
what I mean. What kind of
This is
is
not
he
a
like?
bashing, this
The
is not a-
International Church
At
of
this point,
Evangelists?
you're probably thinking,
No,
okay, he's going to stand.
it's called Transformation Church in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Being truthful to the word of God, but show empathy, show love, show compassion, and do them both together.
I actually
Let's keep on
can't.
watching.
The first guy can't hear it. This guy
If
can
I was there, maybe I
understand.
would have told him. Is there something in the middle you could do, like kind of like a little maybe? If somebody, well, I was born like this, I don't know how I feel.
He's talking about transgenders.
And I wish that there was an option of other in the kingdom.
I wish there
So
wasn't.
right there, this guy's preaching about, God made male and female. He wished that there was a third option of other in the kingdom of
He
heaven.
can wish.
But I mean, this is a pastor preaching this sermon. Like this seems to go against.
I don't believe he's a Christian pastor. Maybe I don't know that can. I don't know that. I think that's would be blasphemy.
But this kind of points out what
that's
Joe is saying, though. This is exactly what all Joe is saying.
So, hold on. So you're saying Nala is committing blasphemy?
No. But what you just did.
This guy's obviously committing blasphemy.
But what I'm saying is, what you just did is the same thing that old Joe says that is important to talk about.
No, that's two totally different things. I can hear his words talking about sin, committing sin, and endorsing sin, and know that that's blasphemy. When I hear Nala talk, I hear her condemning a lifestyle, condemning what she did, and saying, "Hey, I did this, and it was wrong, and now I'm back. Now, ha ha ha, I did, whatever." That's one's blasphemy, one's not. If you can't see the difference in that, I don't know what to tell you.
According to you, though, Griff, he believes what he's saying.
But that has nothing to blasphemy is blasphemy.
According to who?
According to the Bible.
As interpreted by you.
No, I had not interpreted by me. Blasphemy.
It doesn't interpret itself.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't interpret itself. There's all sorts of different interpretations of the Bible.
There's
so my hedge against that is the truth.
Taking blasphemy in the terms. I mean, it's pretty clear.
You don't think there's some gray area on blasphemy between denominations, between different Christians?
Not when it comes specifically to Scripture, where it literally says there's man and woman. That's it. There's no gray area there. There's never a point where he says, maybe there's an other.
What about this pastor?
But you know that the enemy's a counterfeit, right?
Why you gotta make it all about the black guys? Why are you doing that?
Literally, he's not the first one to make it rain. I could take you to Genesis to prove to you who the first person was that made it rain. But scripture said that manna came from heaven and it was bread to them. We don't make it rain on booty cheeks. We don't make it rain on strippers. We only reverence one stripper, and that's the one that took off glory to put on humanity and then get butt naked on a cross to die for both you and me. The only stripper I'm in love with is Jesus. And he's the one that puts that bread in my pocket.
I have a thing
That
about
bread in my
like rock band in church, right? I have a thing about that.
Okay. What do you think about Pastor Tim Ross?
I don't know, man.
He just referred to Jesus as a stripper.
I don't get that reference, man. But whatever.
I mean,
Christ
I have a lot of questions about his.
Christ supposedly was naked on the cross. I mean, so
he wasn't a stripper.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy. There's something wrong with that dude. Well, I have a problem with guitars.
But okay, so it's also the same. But many kids say the same thing, and this is where I'm gonna.
Also, you're putting out pastors and not like.
I'm just using people as example that are saying that they're Christians and they're preaching Christianity, right? Yes, just because they happen to be pastors
is irrelevant. And it just makes it more egregious of what they're doing, right? If anything.
Well, yeah,
but what I'm pointing out is like
blasphemy, dude. That
but what I'm saying, like you said that you couldn't judge, you wouldn't judge anybody.
I can't tell you whether Nala is or is not.
And you're right, and it's not my place. I could say that there are.
It's not my place, 100%.
But the Bible does say judge the fruit of one, right?
Sure.
So I could judge the fruit. I'm looking at her fruit and be like, you know what? It's not quite ripe yet. They got questions about that fruit over there. You know, I'm not really sure that fruit. Edible.
The thing is that I'm not going to condemn her.
Neither am I. That's
and
the
problem. I'm not going to sit up here and say that she's lying. I'm not going to say that she's bearing false witness. I'm not going to say any of that because, as far as I know, she's being absolutely truthful is in her belief. And since she's not actually saying anything blasphemous, she's not endorsing her lifestyle, I really don't give a shit. If she was out there saying, hey, go be like me and then, just say you're sorry in 5 years, that's a little bit different conversation, right? Am I right about that or am I wrong about that?
I think that, it's not, if people want to be hesitant, like everybody has a right to just not accept everybody just for just because you have to bear your cross, prove it, right? Like, trust me, I have been accused of not being a real Christian myself, and I'm like, okay, cool, that's none of your, I don't really care what you think. Like, I don't need to convince you. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'll ask one more question and then I'll leave this topic alone because the systemic question is a better one.
Yeah.
But Grid, if your son brought home that woman and she gave you that exact same story, everything all the same, would you react the same?
Yeah, I would. I actually that's a great question, old Joe, because I don't know that you know this about me, but I had quite a career as a swordsman, and
like a swordsman,
figuratively.
I'm a type,
and not that it's news or anything, but we were in the I was damn near triple digits. I'm not quite knowledge level, but not. But not
basically. Grid said I was a whore.
Single dude. You could. I don't know that'd be fair to refer to me as a man whore, but because I never got paid. But
you were a hoe.
Whatever. And so I look at it from the point of view as I was a fucking sinner, degenerate, absolutely irredeemable, brother. And
I've never heard the term swordsman before.
Not in that context either. What are you doing? It sounds kind of gay. You cross the sword? We doing this thing?
Well, you never crossed the swords, brother. You never crossed.
You said you were a swordsman. What do you use your sword for? Like,
slut maker? Yeah, you could say that. No, I never actually made any sluts. I found them that way and I left them that way.
Solid Snake, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think whether or not she is genuine or not is irrelevant. I think we should just pray for her and hope that she comes to the true doctrine of the faith and exhibits that through life. But I don't think she should be preaching incorrect doctrine like Andrew clearly proved that she doesn't.
I haven't heard her preach doctrine, so I don't know. I have no comment on that.
Well, I was referring to the last episode that she was on of whatever.
I didn't watch it, so I don't know. You have to help me.
What are our thoughts on this fellow that brings her on and has her as a talk show guest? Is
Michael Knowles?
Okay? Yeah.
I don't really have a problem with Michael Knowles. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. He's a weird dude to me. Maybe not to everybody else.
I think he's a little bit effeminate, especially with him kind of going off on Pearl for making a fair criticism.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like he's a little bit effeminate, but at the same time, I know he's got a wife and kids. I know, and he just seems so laid back. Maybe I'm mistaking effeminate for him just being just super.
He did a gay role. He did a gay role in a movie. All right.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He was an actor for a while. Long time ago, many moons.
Know that.
You know, but no, this is my problem.
How do you like know all of this random actor shit?
He's an actor.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, why does he pay attention to somebody like Michael? Michael Knowles is like so obscure.
Because Michael Knowles is a good public speaker. And he did some really great student films when he was in his early career.
I had no fucking clue. But
here's the thing.
Which shows you exactly how much I care.
Here's the thing. This is the bigger problem of this, though. It's kind of like the believe all women thing. It just happened to be in the church now. Because here you go. She says she's this, and we are to just accept it. Okay, cool. But if it was, you don't know, like, and this is not about me, but you don't know how many times I would walk into a church. And this, I'll tell you a story. I walked into this church where I was the guest speaker at. I walk in there. I had people 3 times ask me if I wanted to do communion, if I knew what communion was, or ask me if I wanted to go up for the altar call in the beginning of the service. You know how funny they looked when I walked up and grabbed the mic and I was the guy speaking that day? It was hilarious at the youth conferences. And they're just like, well, why is that? Like, I told these guys, yeah, I'm a Christian. No, I'm a Christian. No, are you sure? You don't want bro, I'm good. Like, for real. But believe all women, question the man. And it just kind of seems like I just kind of noticed.
It kind of seems like the same thing, though. You're doing the same thing to Nala that those guys did to you.
I'm just saying trust but verify. I'm not saying
you're literally doing exactly the same thing to Nala that those guys did to you.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm just saying trust but verify. I'm just not accepting anything that she says without actions that prove it. If your words and your actions do not align,
good actions to get out of it, give up all the money.
Words and your actions, she didn't give up any money. What's your money she give up?
Well, she could be still making money as a porn star.
She found a man that made her wanted to quit that lifestyle.
Right. That's a great deal. That's pretty significant.
It wasn't, and that's what people think, like, oh, she quit because of God. No, she quit because of Jordan. She wanted to be with him.
She wanted to be with her dude.
Yeah, that's why she quit. It wasn't because she felt this like condemnation for her actions. No, she said she quit because the man, who just happened to be a big time TikTok Christian evangelist.
Gotcha.
You know, and I don't really care. Like, this is the thing. I don't care. It's not my issue. That's a God problem. I don't have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I'm not.
But this is the problem that I do see is that if you can't see how feminism or that worldview has infiltrated in the church to where we are just accepting everything without testing it, without trusting and verifying, what is being said is true and accurate, then that's how things collapse.
But I don't know that I don't get the testing it thing. That's I guess where for me,
you're not like testing it, like testing the strength. You're just observing. Okay, did their actions?
Why do I need to observe? These are not people that look.
Not you. I'm talking about people in general. Like when people come to your church in general, you observe them. You're observing.
Okay.
Because that's part of your congregation. You're observing them. Solid Snake, what did that saint say?
Which one?
That one that you posted in the chat.
Oh yeah, from Saint Porphyrios.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying instead of what are you calling it? Instead of flattering and And praising others, we should lead them to humility and the love of God.
Now, what do you mean by that, though? Does that mean like embarrass them? Because I ain't about that.
No, so the point he's trying to bring up with praising people is that it can lead people to a sense of pride and how they look or whatever characteristic that they have that could lead them to sin.
Yeah.
Rather, we should be humble and just rely on God for these things, you know?
Yeah, and I wanted, like, I pointed out, like, this guy, when he was reading the book of John, right? John 8, he left a very important part out of the story, which was pretty sad, if you ask me. And the part that he left out was that, you know, he made it seem that, like, that the reason why the girl didn't get stoned is because Jesus just had undying compassion for her and all that fun jazz and spared her. And they're leaving a really big piece out, right? Because what they're not mentioning is that, well, if the woman was caught in the act of adultery, that means she was riding on a dick. And according to the Mosaic law, they both die. So where is he and why is he getting stoned at the same time is the question. That's why Jesus said, he who without sin cast the first stone, because you got to kill them both. I only see one. That was part of the law. Just saying.
So I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around the theme of your discussion, Glenn. So it's your, and I'm not a practicing Christian, by the way. I don't attend church. But it's your opinion that some of this feminism we're seeing in society at large has started to make its way into the church leadership and the church culture as a whole.
Well, yeah, I think that, well, I mean, feminism has been in the church, you know, as long as, like, since the
turn of the last century.
Well, since Seneca Falls, you know, the place that they met up was in the Methodist church. That's where they were, and there was Methodist pastors, female pastors at that were supporting it. You know, we have seen infiltration. We abandoned biblical patriarchy back in the 80s, as, like, you know, and Protestant churches did, and adopted egalitarianism and complementarianism. I was just in a space on X the other day just talking about this, and we don't hold patriarchal theology anymore. And because of this abandonment and removal of it, that's why we see this feminist. So, like, egalitarians, their original name was biblical feminists. That's what egalitarians were called. They were called biblical feminists. So yes, we do see that in the church. It's very well deep in the church. That's where you get, like, the servant leader model. Well, yes, the husbands are the leader of the household, but the only way he leads is if he's a servant to his wife and family. You know, like.
Well, as you've seen me rant on a lot about before, I think the feminism is one thing, but the real danger is when it's sprinkled with some Marxism. And I don't know if you've seen that in the
feminism
church as well.
inherently leads to a sort of Marxism.
I would agree, Grid. I think
Yeah.
they're very closely related.
Well, you don't have feminism without Marxism. That's the way I look at it. Like, Marxism is the force or the movement behind feminism.
Well, socialism is the root of feminism is the root of or a root of socialism, and then socialism leads eventually to Marxism, and Marxism cannot exist without socialism.
Yeah, they're all intertwined. They're butt buddies.
Well, I mean, they all historically came from Bolshevik Russia, regardless.
Those damn Russians.
Dang old Rasputin, that bugger.
And here's my problem with the servant leader model. I like anybody that promotes it. I ask 4 questions. Okay, I go, well, what is the service provided? From the servant leader.
I've actually never. So I'm not as familiar with the servant leader model, I guess.
Happy wife, happy life.
I'm not in a Methodist church or a Presbyterian church or anything like that. So I just don't. I don't have that foundation to know what that is.
Well, I'll explain it real quick. Servant leader basically essentially means catering to the desires of your wife and children. Basically. All right. So I always ask, well, what is the service provided from the servant leader? 2, to whom does the service get provided to? 3, who makes those decisions on to whom the service is provided and to how the service is provided?
I'm going to have to jump off because my wife's calling me, and that means I'm going to go to bed.
Yep.
And I'm going to have adult themed discussions.
Practice your swordsmanship, Glenn.
On guard, I guess.
Pull the old sword out of the sheath. He's like, here we go. On guard. No, and then the last question is, who decides whether or not the man is being a good servant leader?
Yeah, I'm going to have to look this up because we've talked about this a few times now. I'm just not familiar with that servant leader kind of thing, and I really don't know what that's all about. I don't get that. I've heard happy. I mean, people say happy wife, happy life, but I've never really believed that. I don't think my wife believes that either. Right? Like I don't. I'd have to ask, but I haven't. So I don't know the answer to that. It's interesting though. It's interesting to me. Probably the only one.
I would not recommend you doing happy wife, happy life.
I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I've heard it. Obviously, you hear that in passing. You see it on TV, whatever. But I'm not really familiar with the philosophy. It's a little foreign to me, to be honest with you.
I could send you some literature.
I don't need it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here to help.
I know. But what I do know is I think that obviously patriarchy is more and more important in today's world. Men have to do men things, and part of that is just not dwelling on women fucking up all the time. I really don't care, right? I honestly don't care that Nala talks to people because why do I care? It's not important. It's not. It doesn't change my outlook. Matthew, you're in the process of buying land in Tennessee. Well, you might be my neighbor. You never know. But it's an interesting thing that it's a recurring theme that I don't necessarily see in my life. Right. All the men I know more or less lead their households. All the women I know tend to be homemakers. Now a lot of that's because I'm old as fuck, but
you are kind of old.
I am. I start looking old when I don't get. I need to get a haircut because I start looking old when I don't cut my hair. You see the gray start seeping out. That's not good. But I live in Middle Tennessee, Matthew. You might be my neighbor. But I don't know. It's very interesting to me that Michael Knowles keeps talking to Nala. I don't know. Maybe it just.
Do you think that's his sugar baby?
I think Nala brings him really high ratings, like a lot of clicks, a lot of views. A lot of degenerates out there want to see if she's going to go back to being a degenerate.
What if he's like her sugar daddy? I'm just saying, anything's possible.
I mean, he could be. I don't think he has that kind of money, but maybe. I don't know.
He's pretty well off.
Maybe she's his sugar baby.
Well, I don't know because she's been crying poor because, like, you know, she had to pay all those taxes and shit.
I fucking cry poor every time I have to pay taxes too. I'm down with that. I understand that.
Well, I mean, I pay taxes too, but you know, like, look, where's all your monies? You were like this 4 million, you know. How'd you lose it in a year?
Everybody has money until the tax collector shows up.
I'm just saying, like, how
much does she claim she made?
She made total 14 million. She walked away with 9 after taxes, and then she had to pay half of it to her OnlyFans agency. Oof. And so that walked away with like about $4.5 million. Telling me after $4.5 million, you don't have like 330.
She's still living in California?
No.
Where's
she lives in she's like in North Carolina or something like that.
Oh, okay. I mean, I got to be honest with you, man. It sounds like, it sounds horrible to say out loud, but I mean, dude, if I was down to, you know,
you saying you'll get back on that pole, huh?
I'm saying, if I got down,
that's what Grid's saying. Grid's saying, like, yo, if I got down and out, I'm going right back to the pole and make that money.
I mean, you know, I
appreciate your honesty,
because, you know, like I've had years where I've made a lot of money, and then I think I'm ahead, but then the tax man just rips your soul out, and you think, well, I still have like, you know, however much left, and then you think, yeah, but you know, my monthly spend now is, so, you know, X amount. Like right now, my monthly spend, no kidding, no bullshit, somewhere between 18 and 22,000. That's what I spend a month. And and so if somebody told me that I was down, I'd be like, oh shit, I'm fucking broke. Like, I got to get some money. I'm just saying, you know, different standards. Where the fucking Glenn ran away? Damn it!
No,
Damn
his
that Glenn.
computer was frozen for a minute. Oh wait, here he is.
I know. Are you gonna let him up?
Yes.
Oh, that was nice of you.
Mm-hmm.
So Grid is going to be a stripper.
No.
Yeah, watch out for the cootie pole.
Yeah.
If it came down
I wouldn't
to
be a
it,
stripper, but I would. I mean, you know, it is one of those things where, you know, if you start paying bills, man, it's, you know, it sounds like a lot of money, but then it's not that much. I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, before you start thinking about stripping again.
Yeah, I'm not stripping. I've never stripped. I ain't gonna strip. There's no stripping. There's none of that. I don't know why I'm blowing up. I don't even know where I'm blowing up, but I'm gonna roll. You guys have been great. Good argument. Good. Better debate than the shit I went through over on fucking prime time. That shit was whack.
Oh, good job beating James on Speakeasy.
Beating who? Oh, James. Which James' wife talks?
Yeah.
Oh, that was easy. That was like I even like I like.
Tell us about it. What happened? I missed this.
Oh, he didn't really have a position.
And I just kept redefining his position. No, so what happened is James, I knew that he agreed. No, pardon me. I knew that he didn't agree with a very specific part of my position, but he was trying to act like he did so that we wouldn't have to go against each other. And finally, we picked this one little narrow area on I forget what it was. It was immigration or some shit. And and he was like, oh yeah, I disagree with this little area. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I trapped him into the argument. I literally like led him down the path. And then I trapped him so hard, and I would just reframe the argument over and over and over again. And finally I'm like, James, you don't even have a position. I've literally restated the argument 4 times, and you've said something different every time. like what is this, man? And so it was it was beautiful from my point of view because it was just like start to finish. I knew how it was going to go, and then I repeated the same thing with I think it was Teriak where I led him into it. No, it might have been Corinth. It was one of the. I literally I picked the fight in the chat, and then when we couldn't agree on a topic, I brought up the topic that I had picked a fight with earlier in the chat, and they was like, "Yeah, okay, we disagree on that." And then I just gave all of my points, and that was stacked in my favor, and it's dirty pool. And I even told him, I'm like, "Yeah, I trapped you. I meant to. I mean, I did this on purpose, and I hate to be mean about it, but that's the way it is." And now they won't let me do that anymore. I think they figured out. So what I do, the tactic was really simple. I have a topic that I like and that I know pretty well, and I would pick the fight in chat in the open forum, right? So like we're here, and I would say something like, "What do you think about interventionism versus isolationism?" And I would understand where everybody's positions were, huh?
I'm isolationist.
I'm an isolationist too. And I would get an idea where everybody was, and then when I got put up in the argument, I would be able to know what their position was, and so we would, we'll throw out like, well, it's death penalty, all the normal stuff, and we wouldn't be able to agree like, oh yeah, we disagree, or we agree there, I don't really care there, whatever, not worth arguing about. And then we would get, and then I would just interject like, hey, how about this? And we're like, oh yeah, we're on different sides. That we're already arguing that in the open chat.
Like, okay. So you set them up.
Of course I did. Why would I not? This is verbal combat, baby.
I'm with it.
It's not cheating. It's leading them down a path that I laid out.
A path that they want to go down anyways.
Yeah, they wanted. I mean, obviously, I was able to lead them down it, and it was really pretty good. And I apologized. I did. I said, I know it was Norwegian Dan that I did that with, but that was over the 19th, repealing the 19th, because they all thought that I was going to go. Women shouldn't vote, and I said 1 vote per household. And at the end of the argument, Dan actually agreed with me. He's like, "Oh, I love all your points. I agree with you. Like, I can't even be mad that I lost because I agree with you." So that was awesome. And yeah, I don't know. I've been having fun. I got Effigy this. Wally and I beat Effigy and Corinth, and I had Effigy like shouting like crazy, man. Like,
you had him in the skills?
Well, that's all he had. It was all right. So let me ask you, Glenn. How do you feel about the military at the southern border being giving orders to shoot to kill if people try to cross border? You love it, right? Right. That's what our so my response was, that's what the Army is supposed to do. That's actually the Army doing its job, is to defend our borders. They're not supposed to fight wars in Afghanistan. They're supposed to be over here defending my borders. So I'm all in favor of this. And of course, Effigy and Corinth were like, but what about shooting? You're shooting innocent people. They just want to come here for food.
To break into my countries, just like
I'm like,
my house.
How stupid do you have to be if it says do not cross this or you will get shot? How stupid do you have to be to cross that?
I mean, all it takes is going to take was one. I mean, you're not going to shoot a whole bunch of them.
And
one, and then they'll be like, "Oh shit, they ain't playing. Let's not go up there."
Effigy tried to make an argument about that it was.
You can make it a flesh wound
to the death penalty. He was drawing a death penalty equivalency, and I'm like, no, that's not true. We do shoot criminals who try to escape prisons. Do we not? If you escape prison, if you climb over that wall, do they shoot you? Yes, they do. 100%.
They do, and I've seen them do it.
And do they give you a warning shot? No, they do not.
No, they do not. They give you a warning command.
Right.
And
that's
you're
right.
lucky if you get that.
Yeah, you get a warning command, you're escaping, and they shoot you. And I said, so if we're not going to give if we're willing to shoot our citizens, then we should be willing to shoot non-citizens who are technically invaders. They're invading. They're an invading force, hungry or not. I don't care. And so Corinth kept coming back to this. Well, police officers should just shoot speeders because they're breaking the law, and when they get pulled over, and cops are in danger there. And so that's and I didn't even engage in that argument because nobody cared.
Yeah,
but it's a false equivalency, right? Because a speeder's somebody breaking a traffic law is a citizen. Cops are not the military. It's completely different rules of engagement. Completely different a bit when they can draw their gun and shoot or not. So it was just like, this is like, it was the weakest argument Effigy's ever put up against me. He normally does really good, but it was weak.
Why you got to call him out like that, Grid? That's kind of messed up.
It was a weak argument. If I have a weak argument, I want somebody to be my friend and say, dude, your argument sucked.
Grid, you had a weak argument last week. When you were all over Charlie Kirk's knob.
No, you admitted I was right at the end. You did. You're like, yeah, his wife should have said that. I'm like, yes, that's what we've been saying.
But I said, but his wife didn't. He should have still said it.
No, that's not how that works. And you know it.
That's exactly what I said. I said he should have still said it.
It's all right.
It's all right, Grid. It's okay. Take your L. I know.
No, you keep
I know
your
you
L.
like cuddling with your L.
Keep your L's in your back pocket where they belong.
Hey, I got no L's.
You can admit that
only L I
you
got
were
is in
wrong,
my name.
sir.
The only L's I got are in my name. Okay, I don't take any L's at home. The only L's I have are in my name.
Okay, whatever. That's okay.
It's all right. I know. Old folk like you cannot take L's really well. You know.
I'll claim every L. I will claim every L I have to take. But you did not give me an L on that.
All I gotta say, Grid, is
and I like the fact that at the end you agreed with me. You're like, yeah, you're right. I'm like,
I know Grid, you gotta watch that Pride. You know, you gotta watch that Pride, Grid.
I know I was right. Of course I was right. Why? How could I have been wrong? You just don't like Charlie Kirk. You just don't like Charlie Kirk. That's okay. Dude, I was just listening to Prime rage about Elon Musk for no fucking reason. Rage. I mean, literally rage. Like, it was ugly, man. Like, that dude has a problem.
Like he didn't like Elon Musk?
He hates Elon Musk.
You have the problem with Musk?
And he's like we couldn't have an actual discussion about the topic tonight because literally it just kept coming back to Elon Musk is a bad guy. Like, okay, you said that 8,000 different ways. Glenn froze again.
No, I'm just sitting right here.
No, now you're unfrozen. No. Oh, there you go.
I'm just like, what do you mean? Like, how do you like? Hey, I mean, you don't have to like the guy because you can say like, oh, he's like monopolizing things, but
guy's a liberal. Look, the guy is a liberal that lives in his mom's basement. Okay, he's a grown-ass man living in his mom's basement. What do you think he's gonna? He doesn't like billionaires. He hates billionaires. He hates millionaires. He hates anybody. He just hates anybody with money because obviously they didn't work hard for it.
Oh, he just hates what he doesn't have.
Yeah, more or less. More or less.
He's
I got to get out of here. You guys have a great rest of your night.
You too.
Women, it's safe for all the women to come back up. I'm leaving, and you guys have a great night.
Good. You have a good night. I'm sorry that you lost again. Take that L with you.
I didn't. Look here, Elwood.
I'm sure.
Look here. You were the missing Blues Brothers.
I'm sure Wifey loves you either way.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm sure Wifey loves you either way. Win or lose. Good night.
You know what? I'm actually going to get you an Elwood hat.
There he goes with the Irish goodbye.
Oh, that was fun. All right.
So, does anybody want to go back to topic? Does anybody know what the
Yeah,
topic was?
sure.
Did we beat that horse? Did we beat that dead horse?
Well, the main question seems to be, do we investigate these kind of issues or don't we? Do we consider them or do we say we don't care? And it seems to me that there are some issues that we consider sacred, right? We won't talk about them. And I think that's a mistake.
Okay, I could see if like she was in if she was like if their church had a position of leadership or some sort, right? Then sure. I think her church should like, test that. Look into it. See if she's honest or being truthful or not. But Joe Blow on the internet, why the fuck do you care? That's what I want to know.
That's fair. What I really think is do you think that that upper management of the Daily Wire has some sort of position on this or influence in this decision to have her on Noel's podcast?
Yeah, I can tell you what it is. It's because she's already controversial, because she's so outspoken. And she was so outspoken about getting a bukkake all over her face. Then now she's outspoken about, Jesus. So it's like people are like, what the hell? This is like way too extreme. And she also compares herself to like to Paul.
What?
Yeah, because she said Paul had an immediate transformation, like when on his road to Damascus when he went blind, right? And like as soon as he saw Christ, like he believed, and he was just once he got Ananias prayed over him, he was like on his mission. That he was gone, like he just did his thing. And I'm sitting there like, so you trying to say you're Paul? Did Jesus appear to you? What, like in the sea of like semen or something? Like, and he said, "Get up, my daughter. Stop sucking this." Like, I'm confused. Like, I don't know. But that's the only thing I was saying. It was kind of weary. I was just kind of like, okay, I'm a little. Don't compare yourself to Apostle Paul.
Well, I'd probably be a lot happier if she just took a St. Mary of Egypt approach.
But she's married, so she's not going to be celibate. Or
yeah, but you get my point.
Yeah, St. Mary of Egypt went out into like Egypt and became celibate, right?
Yeah, so she basically became a monastic, went out in the desert, fasted for a really long time, and reformed from being a prostitute.
And it's honestly, it really is nobody's business. We could have our feelings about it, and it's really nobody's business. What you think, what I think, is irrelevant, because the only thing that matters is what God knows. So and here's the other thing, like I have a problem with this, is that we tend to brand people with their sin that we know that they did and hold that over their head forever. Now I can see if they're committing the same damn thing over and over and over again. Like if this person's a thief and you brand them as a thief and you're always like, "Hey, you thief," like, okay, I get that, because he's always got sticky fingers. He's always thieving. No problem. But if you were a thief and 10 years later and you haven't been thieving and I keep on calling you a thief, I'm wrong for that, I think. Because that's not you anymore. But how long do we wait for how long do we wait for Nala to do we consider her one? I mean, again, it goes back to this, like, it's none of our business, it's not our problem. That's a God problem. I only worry about Glenn problems. God can handle God problems. I worry about Glenn problems.
What do you think about something like Jordan Peterson talks about social enforcement? That we should be concerned about, I guess, what you would call degen behavior or undesirable behavior on the part of other people, because it spreads and hurts society at large. And we maybe shouldn't be stoning these people, but maybe condemning it a little more or not encouraging it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the best thing that you could do is just remove them from the community. Don't
Well,
invest in them.
There's a term in education called extinction. And what it is when a teacher observes behavior in a student that they don't like, the first strategy they'll try is just attempt to ignore it. And by doing that, they hope that the person who is engaging in that attention-seeking behavior will stop because it's not getting them the attention that they desire. So let's say this lady that's doing this, if she were just ignored, would that grift come to a halt?
Yes and no. Like, I mean, no, because like if the grift was not called out of being a grift, then some may not even acknowledge it being a grift, and they would fall victim to it.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Don't we also need public shame as well?
Well, this is this
Yes,
social
but
enforcement.
Here's the thing. Sometimes people are way too damn quick to judge and condemn without knowing all the facts. Now, even though I said that, like, she went from her, crying about, or kind of bragging about her monies, her 14 million that she's made, to then saying like she's broke and she needs, she's struggling because she has to pay $88,000 in taxes to California. And well, to me, it just kind of sounded like she was asking for money. Like, here, I'll show you guys. Now, I could be wrong. You guys tell me what this sounds like.
Fans. I had significant debt. I got off of OnlyFans last year, in the beginning of last year. And I owed taxes for the previous year, right? And so now I'm not making that money anymore. And I just want to encourage you guys, because this is actually happening right now to me. I had a letter from the IRS stating that I owed $288,000. And then from the Tax Board of California, I owed $88,000. So that's state tax and federal tax. So I was able to pay off the $288,000 to the IRS because I liquidated my brokerage account, my IRA, my life insurance policy, and I used all that up, all of it. I have no more savings. So that was a really hard time in my life, but it brought me through some crazy circumstances with the Lord and trusting in God to provide my needs like he promises in the Bible. But I want to tell you something. I still owe that $88,000 to the Tax Board of California, and that they just sent me their final letter of saying like, hey, this is going to go into collections literally next month. They said that they're going to put a lien. They're going to put a lien on my credit. They're going to potentially garnish my wages, all that stuff. It looks really scary, right? Like the mountains in our life, the giants in our life that are calling us out, picking on us. It's really scary. But I want to encourage you, tell that mountain, that giant in your life, how big your God is. He is bigger than those problems. He created you to be here right now. He never promised that life was easy. There will be mountains, there will be giants that happen and come into your life and feel like it sits on your chest, gives you anxiety, pain, struggle. But you tell them how big your God is. So,
I don't know about you guys, but that kind of sounded a little grifty to me.
Well, and I want to be really
sounded like a
careful.
little bit of hoe tactics. Like, this is my problem.
That's
$88,000. What am I gonna do? I liquidated
That's
everything.
exactly what I
Going
was
to
thinking.
collections next month. She had a
Next month.
timeline, an amount, everything.
But I know God's gonna come through you. But you don't know that.
Lord works in mysterious ways. I don't know how this possibly going to happen, but I know the Lord works.
I know the Lord doesn't want me to get back on OnlyFans, does he? I mean, just okay. She didn't
Well,
say
I
all that.
think
But
The inspirational music too. Like I fucking can't with this bitch. Oh my god.
I'm
the thing
sorry,
is,
and I could be
if
wrong.
she,
I really could be wrong, and I need
and
to
this is
say
it.
that
But wasn't that right in the book, Who Tactics?
it
I'm
was.
not sure if it was. Is putting you in that scenario where you weren't able to check or verify where
Yeah,
this money was going, how much was being raised. So it really is because, if she is trying to turn things around, I think that the best thing to do would be, okay, look, fans, I need this $88,000. Here's my ticker on the bottom. Here's how much we've raised. I'm making it quite clear that I'm in a hole here, and I'm asking you to help me out, and just say it openly. But the grift piece is when you kind of imply that backdoor, dishonest piece.
yeah, and it's like okay. She bragged about making 14 million. You're telling me you don't have nothing left? You can't pay your own taxes? Like 88,000 compared to 14 million ain't nothing.
Yeah, well, this is it. It's really easy to get in trouble with a business that way when you don't pay taxes till the end of the year. I don't know how it works in the States, but here, if you own a limited company in Canada, you don't pay taxes on a paycheck every month like an employee would. You're assessed at the end of the year on the profit that you make after all of your write-offs, and you pay a certain amount of that. And if the government doesn't agree, or if you haven't held tax money back, it's smoked a lot of people who've had horrible tax debt, spending it up quickly. Maybe what happened to her, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
What I find a little bit concerning is how did it take her this long to pay all that off, or even pay some of it off?
Well, she probably didn't file, or if she did file, she didn't file correctly, or she didn't write off enough stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, you have to hold back enough in anticipation of what you're going to pay in taxes. And a lot of people
Yep.
don't. Like, this is what happened to Mike Tyson. So they'd
Yeah.
spend all of this money, like he had tigers and all the rest of it, not holding back the appropriate amount for taxes. And then by the time the tax man comes, well, you don't have any left to pay it.
Yep.
Just
So,
like
and
immature
my
spending,
thing is, like,
basically.
again, like I said, I'm not here to condemn Nala. I really don't care. She could claim to be a Christian. That's cool. More power to her. She doesn't go to my church. Okay, I don't go to her church. I don't have to be in a foxhole with her. I'm not married to her. Not my problem. Now, the problem that I do have has nothing to do with Nala. It has to do with how blindly the church will prop people up just because they have clout and they change their life, right? And they'll do that without really fact checking, without
So, Glenn, do you
vetting.
think that the church itself gains anything out of that? Like, is that a selfless, altruistic move on their part, or are they sort of kind of grifting too?
They're definitely grifting. Every Christian podcast that brought her on is grifting off of her.
See, that
Just
makes it
think about
even worse.
It's like, I mean,
These are all people.
yeah.
And people are flawed.
And if you notice, like, she's not going to, like, she could have been at the AVN last month in Vegas, and she could have done a protest or preaching against all that. Why didn't she?
Yeah.
Like that would have showed something. I think that would have proved that, if you're worried about proving it, but that would have been interesting. Like, oh shit, she did what? Damn, if she was out there protesting the AVN or whatever, then that would have been something worth, to give her credit to something. You know what I mean? Like, It still doesn't mean anything, but at least it would be some form of action that would show that she has made a change. But she's only going to friendly like platforms that are not throwing her the hardball questions, that are not challenger, and she's not even going to the people that she used to be.
Well, did you also see Andrew's response to Nala getting back on Michael Knowles again?
No.
Where basically, what's his name? Him and Turning Point USA are basically coming at his throat.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that, but I saw that they did a thing together, Charlie Kirk and Michael Knowles. But I didn't watch it yet. Do you have it? Can you send me the link?
I don't have it, but I have the X post, I believe, from Andrew.
So, Glenn, would you have her on here if the opportunity popped up? Would you
Yeah, I
interview
would.
her?
No problem. I would interview her, and I would be fair.
What kind of questions would you ask?
I would ask her, why does she care so much of what people say? Like, isn't her salvation between her and God? So why does she care what other people say about her and her faith? Like, why does she
I would
invest that
ask
much
where
time
she
about it?
sees her career in 3 years.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. And I would ask her if she sees this, my view here, like, okay, when you were doing OF, you were making yourself the center, the conversation point, right? You were making yourself talk of the town by the things that you were doing, right? She'd be like, yes. Okay. Now that you're not in that world, that lifestyle, you're still making this conversation about you. It's not about what God has done for you. It's about you and why people don't believe you and what you believe in God and how you believe in it. It's about you. So it's not about him. It's not about your deity. You're making everything still about you. Now, if you can't see that, or if you see that, then don't you think a better step to take would be pause, take a step back, maybe kind of retreat a little bit and work on and making it about him, if that's what you're supposed to be doing. That'd be my opinion.
It'd be interesting to see that conversation.
I don't think it will happen. Although I think I'm like, I don't think I'm as like scary as Andrew.
Well, they haven't talked, have they?
I mean, well, they've talked on whatever podcast, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that's tough to have, like, kind of that one-on-one. So I would be interested to see how she responded to that particular question that you asked. Why is it important to talk about this? Because it's kind of like the weightlifting example I used. Why is it important for me to bring that up and be sharing it with other people?
Yeah.
I mean, the motive could be, could be pure, I guess, but yeah.
Let's see what this was.
Shook the internet the first time you came on. I got in so much trouble for talking to you.
I know you have, and I appreciate that.
They say very nasty things about you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we know.
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute.
Shook the internet the first time you came on. I got in so much trouble for.
I'm just going to follow up on the super chatter. By the way, I mean, I don't even know why you're so hostile with me. We haven't even really disagreed about anything most of the night.
Most of the night. No. No, absolutely. But my thing with you is that, like, how not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
So as a Christian, you think it's okay.
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute. And you're like, Andrew, why weren't you just nice? Like, what are you talking about? Good.
I have a question.
It's good that I
Didn't
pointed
Jesus
out.
like wash the feet of?
I'm just going to follow up on the super chatter. By the way, I mean, I don't even know why you're so hostile with me. We haven't even really disagreed about anything most of the night.
Most of the night. No, absolutely. But my thing with you is that, like, how not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
So
Now that's interesting.
Yep. And what's even crazier about it is Michael Knowles won't even give Andrew a place to even discuss this or even respond to him.
Well, if anything, Michael Knowles probably bunches Andrew up with Rollo. Michael Knowles doesn't. He said he's not going to platform guys that like attack him or talk shit about him. Like he said that before. He said that when we were out there with Pearl. There's something about this that rubs me. I'm not sure how I'm taking it.
About what Knowles just said or what Andrew said?
So
No, just
basically, what happened?
the exchange, and I want to play it again.
Yeah, the exchange is there's no love in your heart towards me in the past. And Andrew essentially is like, good, you're a prostitute. And her response is, but you're a Christian. And I should know that based on how you treat me.
How about you do it again, Glenn?
I just need to play this again because I need to get the right context. And I remember this exchange. I just don't remember it verbatim.
I'm just going to follow up on the super chatter. By the way,
I do remember when she was on, she was being very hostile towards Andrew. Real snooty, real attitude like, like she was being an itch. They started with the B.
I don't even know why you're so hostile with me. We haven't even really disagreed about anything most of the night.
Most of the night. No. No, absolutely. But my thing with you is that like how not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
As a Christian, you think it's okay.
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute. And you're like, Andrew, why weren't you just nice? Like, what are you talking about? Good.
I have a question.
Didn't Jesus
are you
I'm just going to.
So if she's mistaking him calling her out for lying, deceiving prostitute, that could be very much be love. I love you enough to call you out on your bullshit. Right? But I'm not gonna coddle you and baby you.
Andrew is legalistic. He would certainly see it that way. Or I could see him seeing that way.
I mean, I know this. Like if I see somebody doing something stupid and if I don't care about you, I'm not gonna tell you to stop. I'm just gonna mind my own business. Like
So here we keep coming back to the same thing.
Yeah.
Is this motive, and how would you respond to Grant saying, well, I just don't care what he thinks? It doesn't matter.
Like what?
Well, like we're wondering if Andrew was showing love here or what she has one perception of what his behavior represents.
And she also has a perception of what Christ or God's love is too, right?
That's right. So it comes down to what Andrew's motive is in this circumstance.
I think, okay, so before we get to that, I think that we have to understand that today in the modern day evangelical church, they don't see love as correction. Okay? And I think if you love somebody, you correct them, right? Love is correction. You discipline your kids not because you hate them, but because you love them.
So
right?
in the end, you're looking for what's best for them.
Yes. You're right.
That's your motive. Do you think that's what Andrew's doing here? It could be.
I don't know how the Orthodox do it. The Orthodox are Orthodox, right? They have a very Orthodox way of doing things. I don't know.
Yeah. And just because you love someone and you decide that you want to teach them something or that you want to be critical of them, that doesn't even necessarily mean that like you're doing it the right way in that moment. Like some parents love their children and they'll go and like beat them with a belt. And that's not necessarily not everybody agrees that that is the right way to handle those sorts of things,
Let
or
me
we might
tell
even
you
learn
what.
better.
Let me tell you what my stepdad did, and he admitted that it was wrong later on. This mother. All right, so every time I would get in trouble, right, he'll come in and I get my ass whooped. Like I was white and he was black, so I got beat like Kunta Kinte did in Roots. Okay, 12 years a slave, like no problem. Like it was bad. Okay, I felt like I was getting payback for all the white ancestors from it was bad. Anyways, but before he did that, he would have the Bible out and he would give me like a sermon on what sin that I did wrong and how I egregiously sinned against God. And as I'm getting this lecture and this sermon, now I already feel like I'm going to hell. Like I just pissed off God. I'm going to hell. Oh, this tonight can't get any worse. And then he's like, turn around. I'm like, wait a minute. You're going to whoop me too? I'm already going to hell. You're going to whoop me too? Why I got to get both? And yeah, it would be like a 45-minute ordeal, you know, before the whooping actually happened. And he's like, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I should have made it that long. Kind of drew it out to kind of put fear in you. I'm like, sicko.
But in the end, you would say his motive was he was trying to help you, even though it was.
Yes. I mean, although it was not ideal, and it was one thing, you know, I mean, the lecture would have been just fine, you know, or the whooping, one or the other. I would have been just fine with one or the other. But you know,
there's a certain element of it being on a show.
Yeah.
Where it does need to be kind of showy and provocative.
Yeah, because nobody will watch things that are boring. Except the 66 people watching me. Okay.
Right.
I mean,
and he's not going to sit there and pearl clutch over her
Yeah.
OnlyFans. He's going to, you know.
But do you notice the discussion? The discussion keeps coming back to what was this person's motive in this circumstance, and we spend a ton of time trying to ascertain whether people are genuine in what they're saying and whether their actions match what they're actually thinking or not. And in my opinion, there's a huge difference between the two. And it's a discussion worth having. I really think it's important that we suss out people that are doing things that are dishonest, which is why, like listening to that book, Ho Tactics, it was incredible. These people use this as a way to deceive and trick. So we ask, well, what was Andrew's motive? Was this actually a form of love? It's an interesting question. Or Glenn's father doing those things. I mean, the guy was doing what he thought was best. It was wrong.
Let's go ahead and play devil's advocate and say Andrew had a different motivation here. Let's say he wants to just humiliate her and that he's simply taking a position in which he can be right in order which to humiliate her. That would be pretty malicious.
That would be malicious, but only God would know that. God knows what it was in his heart, right?
God and Andrew.
Right?
And what if furthermore there was a large contingent of bloodthirsty, drama-hungry trolls who loved watching somebody get humiliated and were willing to pay to see it happen, and somebody had tapped into that market.
Well, then there would certainly be a motive to be pretty malevolent and humiliate OnlyFans chicks.
I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying
not saying that's what happened either, but it would certainly look good.
But in this case, it's important that we discuss the motive. The motive matters here, right?
Sure.
And you're never going to know, again, you're not going to know the motives of one's heart. We're always going to assume. We're always going to speculate. We're always going to just, you know, hypothesize what we think we know. But we don't ever really know. You know? All we could do is go off the outcome. What is the outcome of this, though? Is it a net positive or a net negative? And let God go with let
I
God
don't
deal
know
with
if
the
that's
heart issue.
necessarily, no, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because if somebody does have motivations like this and then they'll go ahead and humiliate, an OnlyFans thought on the whatever podcast, and they happen to be, a rising social media star, that's an awful lot of leverage for a rather insidious person.
Well, I'm wondering, like,
Not to say that that's what's happening. It's just like if that were his motivations, he's doing a fabulous job and rising quickly.
yeah.
Well, what a lot of people have to understand is Andrew doesn't come from the typical pacifist Christian Protestant worldview. Because from our Orthodox worldview, we don't believe in loving everybody, the flower wielding Jesus, right? Because Christianity for the past 1700 years has never been a pacifist religion. So we don't believe in this whole love thy neighbor as even the enemies of God. Which before
Maybe I'm confused, but I thought that Orthodox Christianity was based on the Bible.
it is based on the Bible, but the Bible wasn't canonized until the 700 year, the turn of the century.
Well, sure. However, the
Wasn't
it's still
turning
the
the other cheek
Bible.
was in there? Isn't turning the other cheek in there?
Well, even deeper than that. Let's say all the stories change the way that Snow White has changed throughout the ages. The moral of the story is still the same, correct?
I mean, you could argue that.
I mean, isn't that the point of Christianity and Orthodox Christianity specifically, is that it is the same, right?
Well, the point of Orthodox Christianity is to achieve theosis.
Sure. Okay, but like that is like a claim of Orthodox Christianity, is that it is the church, correct?
Yes.
The original church. So, I don't know. I suppose like I in my former Protestant brain, I simply disagree with you that the God of the Bible would not be the God of love.
Well, he's a loving God, but there's conditions to his love.
I'm pretty sure the point
God
of
has
God being a
conditions?
loving God was that it was unconditional, and that was the entire point. And I'm pretty like, I'm not even like,
Hold on, I really
practicing
want to
anything else.
I want to go down this road here.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, so you're saying God has conditions on his love?
That's
is
what he
that
said.
Well,
That's
I'm saying he can love people that worship and follow him, but I mean, he's not going to treat people who disobey him nicely like people will think, if that makes sense.
Well, there's a difference between treating people nicely and having a God that loves and disciplines those he loves. And disciplining appropriately from a loving God would look different than a malicious person who's simply right.
Yeah, well, I don't think Andrew's going out of his way to be malicious.
We're not talking about, we were totally playing devil's advocate, and I wasn't saying that Andrew was being malicious. We're talking about like the character reference, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
What do you guys think about 1 Corinthians 13 then?
1 Corinthians 13?
Yeah. I had like a sing like song like Angels or whatever, and I did not love, I would be a noisy gong. If I knew all about the mysteries, or hold on, I gotta find it. I'm butchering it. Love is patient, love is kind, love is liking farts. Okay, here we go. If I could speak all the tongues of all the men and angels, but do not love, I'm only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I had the gift of prophecy and I could fathom all the mysteries and knowledge, and if I have faith that can move mountains, but do not love, I am nothing. If I give all my possessions to the poor and give over my body to hardship, that I may boast, I do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it's not proud, it does not dishonor others, it's not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrong. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails.
Yeah, exactly. I find it very disingenuous to claim that any sort of Christianity, whether Orthodox all the way to Protestantism, is not the entire point and the theology and the story, the legend, and the fact of God's love.
So I just like because if this is like the definition of what agape love is, and it continues on. I'll just read this. But where there are prophecies, they will cease, and where there are tongues, they will be stilled, and where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part of the prophecy in part, but when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. Was in this part disappears. And when I was a child, I talked like a child and thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put those childhood behind me. For now, we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then when we shall see face to face, now I in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. And now these three remain faith, hope, and love, but the greatest is love. You know, it just kind of seems pretty strong on the love angle there, my friend.
I mean, sure, you can argue that, but
I'm
come
just
from
trying to. I'm trying to understand. I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to understand, like, how do you guys take this scripture, and like, how does that fit with the with the idea that
you only love other Christians, or that the love
I
is
don't
the
know.
love is conditional from God, rather.
Yeah.
I don't get that from the scripture at all.
But that's why I want to understand.
I think the entire point of the gospel was to prove that God loved basically all of mankind, whether they deserved it or not.
I'm seeing, this is what I want to understand. This is why I would like, is there like any like church history or church doctrine that would that when it comes to this chapter of Corinthians, like, is there other interpretations of it in Orthodox that, you know, that would frame it differently?
Well,
I mean,
from my
Corinthians-
understanding,
Sorry,
Well-
Corinthians wasn't even about that. Like, they did the law, Old Testament. All
well,
of the New Testament.
they incorporated some parts of the Old Testament, but some Levitical law was taken out.
Sure,
like
but what I'm
sacrificing
saying is,
animals
like,
or whatever.
the actual purpose of the Old Testament to the New Testament, one was to establish the law, and then the other was to fulfill and give hope to the law. And that was all about God's love. So that's why I'm like, okay, if you're a Christian, or like if you were Jewish and you were like, oh, I don't have to love other non-Jewish people, then I suppose it would make sense to me, because then the New Testament scriptures wouldn't come into play. But when you say you're Orthodox Christian, and I understand what Christianity means at its core, then I don't understand why we're having a conversation about God's love not being primary.
Oh, what do you
Well, I
think
mean,
about the Electra's comment here? The scripture is purely different than the practice of the church, though, maybe.
I think we're just talking about the concepts anyway, not the practice of the church. Because we're comparing the concepts to the practice of the people. Because the whole point of orthodoxy, that, as he just said, is to achieve theosis and to be like God. So if God loved everybody without conditions, and like I said, I don't understand what we're talking about.
Okay, well, I'm saying from our worldview, we can love people, and do nice things.
Right,
or
you just said it. From
or
your
whatever.
worldview, I don't care about your worldview. I want to know.
Yeah, I know you don't care.
Right, so it's like.
But the point I'm trying to
make. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is we're not pacifists. We're not throwing flowers, and it's not all sunshine and rainbows. I mean, even 1,000 years ago, we had monks even going out and engaging in warfare with Turks who were attacking the Byzantine Empire. So,
well, sure, yeah, those monks had their justifications, but God probably still loved those enemies, and they were still worldly justifications.
I mean, you can love them, but we aren't going to be merciful to them.
Doesn't God say that you should be merciful? Wasn't that the entire point?
Well, I mean, for the first 1,000 years of church history, this is what has been going on, and we could see this throughout history. So
Where the church is condemning people, or people are condemning the church?
where the church is condemning heretics.
The church is condemning heretics. Okay.
Yes.
I
mean, even the
and
year
then where in the
300
Bible, where in like your basic gospel, like does it say to do that?
in 2 Timothy.
Okay.
Even the year 300, when the Arian crisis hit, the Arians were excommunicated.
Mm-hmm. And God wanted that?
Did God not give a normative authority to the apostles?
Well, I mean, which apostles?
The only apostles that he met, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because we
Well,
have
then you have
Paul, we have Peter.
Sure. But which apostles? Like,
The
go ahead and
12
educate me through it.
apostles
Right.
at
So,
Pentecost.
and then they did what?
What do you mean they did what?
You were just referring to like something that they did, and I said, and God wanted that. And then I'm asking what the apostles did.
They went out and spread the gospel throughout the nations like they were commanded to.
But you were saying for the first 1,000 years, they were. What did you just say about for the first 1,000 years? They were condemning people, or they were
condemning heretics.
They were condemning heretics. So, can you point to me the instance where the apostles were doing that specifically?
Well, not the original apostles, but ever since
That's
through
why I said
apostolic
which apostles.
succession, we have been doing
That was why I said which apostles.
Let me pull up this. Okay, so Athanasius, it was between Arius and Athanasius of Alexandria.
And this is an original apostle?
He is given the authorities from the original apostles, yes.
Okay, but not one of the original 12 apostles from the scriptures, right?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Glenn Lawrence has been doing God's work.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Ashley wanted to tell you for $1.99 that you look good in purple lighting, Glenn.
It's a blue.
Is blue.
Blue
It's
lagoon.
violet.
Is blue.
It's violet.
So I just think that's kind of interesting. I thank you, Ashley. Of course, I look good in blue. Blue, stay true.
Yeah, thank you for that. I enjoyed the exchange and picking your brain about it. Solid Snake.
Yeah, likewise. No hard feelings on that.
Oh, we weren't even arguing. Yeah, of course not.
It's interesting because on one side, I get the warrior mentality, but without the compassion there, then you're just a murderer, you're just a killer, mercenary, right? Without the reason.
Yeah. But I mean, the whole. Sorry.
No, I just you know, I just like it. Just kind of. And Timothy said, God didn't give us a spirit of fear, but power, love, and sound mind, right? And if you want to know what a, like, in my opinion, what a balanced, solid, grounded, individual of God is, a believer, they would understand the power that they have. They would have the love of God. They'll be displaying that love. They'll be giving that love, and they'll have a sound mind. They'll be making wise decisions, right? They wouldn't be afraid. They would have, it's like a 3-legged stool. 4-legged stools get wobbly, but 3-legged stool with each leg even, can't knock that thing over. Thing's strong. The base is just unbreakable. But if you just have power and sound mind and no love, then you're wobbling. You're not gonna. That could actually cause more injury than it does good. If you have love and no power and sound mind, you're gonna be making mistakes, right? So I don't know. I think that there has to be a balance there. I think there has to be an equal balance across the board there. That's just my opinion. What do I know? I'm not a holy father.
Chanley says there are only 2 choices, love or fear. That is all. But I'm pretty sure that's why Jesus said, love your neighbor. And he said, do not be afraid. He commanded both.
Yeah, let's go and hit some of these stupid. Oh, did I miss
Do
one?
that. No, I got it.
Okay.
Can we get a dono and membership drive now, please, from the Raging Patriot for $2?
Yes. We definitely need to do that. Let me go ahead and set a dono goal for Raging, because he the man with the master plan.
That Instagram stream really screws with you, huh, Glenn?
Oh yeah, like
wow.
Like I'm streaming like 5 different places right now, 4 different places right now, and
it's messing everything up.
Is it really?
Yeah, I actually think that's the problem that we were having.
Oh well, it is actually.
It is the problem we're having. Yeah. Goodbye.
Sorry, Instagram folks. There we go. All right. Shut up, Glenn. Stop talking.
Got another super chat from Raging Patriot. That mean y'all in chat dig deep in them pockets.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys, enjoy these conversations, then please show your support by hitting the like, hit the notification bell, help us hit the dono goals. There's a lot that goes into these streams, goes into these, productions that we do, especially when it comes to like the skits and everything. And your support funds it.
I noticed that I did miss one from Dustin. 2 John 1, 7 through 10. Deceivers were heretics. See version 10.
Heretics?
Yeah, I think he was clarifying what we're talking about
earlier. It has hurricane. That's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Moving right along. No, but we have some pretty cool productions that we're trying to get done for you guys. The skits, we still have we got to do another Angry Dad.
Oh, yeah.
We do have a new character that we're bringing out. What was the character's name again? What were we going to call him? Spurgolo?
We were just calling him the Spurg for right now. We actually we should take name ideas for the Spurg. If you know any Spurgy names.
Yeah, take Andrew's name, calling that kid Spurgly.
Spurgly.
From Timcast.
That's funny. Thank you for the dono, Solid Snake.
Yep.
Yeah,
yeah, Glenn, take your 100 pennies.
I'll take all of them, all the way to the bank.
It's 70 after.
That's true. It only is 70. It is only 70. He actually Raging. You do need to send me your address. I can send you a hoodie. Yep. My name is Jeff. Well, hi Matthew, Jeff Matthew. 2 Corinthians 3:14-16. What does this passage mean to me? Okay. That's a good question. Let's go to it, shall we? It was 2 Corinthians 3, right? All right, 2 Corinthians 3:14-15. Is that right? Did I read that right?
2 Corinthians 3:14-16. What does the passage read to you? Oh no, Matthew, I said it in my head the way that you meant it, but I don't know. I'm just not extroverted to like go ahead and do it on stream. But I got it. I think it's this one, Glenn.
No, yeah. I just read it. I like to read the before and after. You know, I like to read a little, like see what the context of it is, and it's basically talking about the new covenant and the way the things that are done before, like before they had the veil. So there was the separation between, you know, the Holy of Holies and the people, right? Only the priest could go into these mists here, and now the veil is gone, right? This is torn down. This is a new covenant. It's a new standard. We're doing new things, and that's the what I see is like it's like the Moses way is no longer established. We are doing something new. But hold on, I got a call. Let me take this real quick.
What? No Grondike ad?
Let me look for something. I'm sure I could find something really quick.
I slipped into sin. I slipped into sin.
Oh man, I have never. I've slipped in temptation. That's what he said. I slipped in temptation. Let me tell you something. Now, I'll be the first person to tell you I am not the holiest good Christian boy ever. All right, I'm far from that. And never in my life have I ever slipped into temptation. I jumped into temptation. I dove first into temptation. My pants off before temptation's pants was off. Okay, like let me just be real with you. Never was it an accident. Never has vagina fell from the sky, landed on my lap. I'm like, oh shit, I fell into temptation. You know?
And I'm just like, that's just a way to take accountability off of you. How do you fall? It's a choice.
It's a choice. I chose temptation. Let's just be real. Can we just be honest with ourselves? Like, hey, I chose sin. I chose to sin.
That girl was hot, you know, that guy. It's just like, that's all you got to say. But I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, he's still on that call.
Name is Huz, king of the rap game. This guy, Glenn, an absolute lame. Rapping like a princess, y'all just witnessed. Almost as bad as my man Scott Disick. Out here helping lives, taking a few wives. While this guy, Glenn, he just doesn't jive. I turn men into kings, and kings into gods. No one can take the mic, not even the mods. From boys to men, and no, not the group. That's what I do alongside my coupe. No one can affect me, no one can defeat me. But stating Kush and Philly, y'all won't forget me.
Wow, so much talent there. I don't think I could compete with that.
That's me. Yep. Hi. Most of high school.
I know she's playing with me.
Oh, Molly the weirdo.
It's Moby. Why don't you assholes leave him alone?
Oh, it isn't Ronnie.
My enemy, Connor Smith.
The school pothead.
Hi, Ronnie.
Hey, Greenleaf.
Jane Greenleaf, the hottest girl in school.
Never talk to my girl again, or next time, it's gonna be a lot worse.
If you don't untie me soon, I'm not standing up for you anymore. But you charged me.
We became business partners pretty young.
I need money to buy weed, okay?
Now,
Good morning, Ronnie.
that's me. Why not? Owner of Toke and Choke Dispensary. We're big in LA. There's big money in this game.
Fuck you, Ronnie.
Jane has blossomed into an edible flower arrangement. The DEA can take everything I have, but this fucker has another thing coming.
Christy Blinkley here at the scene of the crime talking to Officer Smith.
DEA agent, Officer Smith.
I love licorice. She was sleeping with both of us.
I love spending time with you.
You fucked me with that list. And you're gonna help me take down your boyfriend.
Over a dozen raids in the last week.
She was working with the feds, had been for a while. And now, Connor and those guys were in a shitstorm.
Are these innocent victims or are they criminals?
Hello, Father. Give me for I have sinned.
Somebody mumbling? Somebody say something?
Hello, Father.
Oh, yes.
Forgive me for I have sinned.
When was your last confession?
I never have. So.
Okay. What would you like to confess today, son?
So while I was going to school, I had this friend. She got a little friendly. Extra friendly.
Extra friendly.
Yeah.
Well, it's always good to have friends being friendly.
Maybe not in this way.
What way?
The carnal way. The way shouldn't be doing, I don't think.
You don't think or you know?
I mean, I'm still learning. So I don't think so, but I don't know.
Well, tell me what you did.
Well, things were happening. She was very loud, and there may have been some squirting, and things that were said.
Like what? What was said?
Well, oh God.
While she was squirting?
Yes.
Never experienced that before. Tell me more.
It's fun, but I don't think that it was right.
How long did this last? How many times did you do this?
Well, it depends. I mean, at my place or hers?
You did it more than once?
Yeah.
And she did the same thing?
Yeah. Multiple.
Multiple. So let me see if I got this right. You know what? You came in here to confess about pleasing a woman multiple times to the point where she is squirting to a man that has never experienced it. Is that what you did?
A little bit. Sorry, Father.
Oh, sorry. You know what? Here's your penance. 100 Our Fathers. And then go take your little ass over there and you do that again and again and again, 10 more times. I want her super soaker wet. I want your bed like a sponge. Do you understand me? Because you know what? I can never experience it. I don't know what it's like. Okay? I don't even know. I can't even fathom it. I don't even know what it looks like. Now get the fuck out of here. Go. Get out. You're blessed.
I'll go, but I forgot to tell you about the three-way thing. I'll be back.
Threesomes?
Maybe.
It's a magical place, face kissed by the sun. Dick Insider flows freely, a conquest to be won. Golden elixir awakens the soul. Oh, feel the magic, the bells will toll. Dick Insider, let it flow deep. Awake your senses, no more sleep. Dick Insider, deep as can be. Exploring realms to be set free. Whispers in the night. Dick Insider takes flight. Electric light surrounds us. In this pure delight, time slows as we taste each drop of bliss. The world fades away around this liquid kiss. Dick Insider, let it flow deep. Awake your senses, no more sleep. Dick Insider, deep as can be. Exploring realms to be set free. Let it flow, let it be. Savor every thrust and drop. In the dark, we feel the dick won't stop. Dick Insider, let it flow deep. Awake your senses, no more sleep. Dick Insider, deep as can be. Exploring realms to be set free. With every tactical soap purchase, get a free crate of Dick Insider.
Shout out to the one and only DJ Electra for that amazing Dick Insider. You know, played off of Mr. Boulet's, super chat. You guys,
Thank you, DJ Electra. I loved that.
Yes.
I do want to comment on the confession really quick, if I may.
Which one?
Chrono.
Oh.
Yeah, one. It might have got played. I just want to say I had a lot of fun working on it. And we're looking for more people to confess. So if you have something to get off your chest, please hit up Father Glenn or myself. We'll set you up.
Let's not go with the Father Glenn thing. I'll leave it at that. Fake Father Glenn, We'll call him
Satire. Daddy Glenn.
Disclaimer, not a real priest.
Not a real priest, just play one in movies.
It's just for fun, guys. Anyway.
Oh,
Sorry, God.
Exactly. They are definitely. I need some more fellas. I need some more fellas.
We
guys.
do need more dude confessions. Like the girls love talking about all the bad shit they did.
Let's just say,
so funny.
fellas, I know way too much about these ladies now, and I can't complain. I just think it's fine. I've heard the confessions.
Yeah, I'm already nervous enough going to my priest for confession. No, thank you.
You're lame. I want to hear your stupid confession anyway, Solid Snake. Get out of here.
But I hate to have to say this. I am going to have to wrap this up. I got to go take care of something. Unfortunately, it's rather an inconvenience. But I want to kind of recap, or you know what? I don't know how I'll be gone for. No. I got to get going because, yeah.
Just close it and tell everybody to fuck off.
No, we don't tell people to fuck off. We're nice, okay? It's not great. We don't tell people to get off our lawn.
I forgot.
Okay, we just say, hey.
Yeah, you're not that old yet.
Exactly. I don't have the right to be grumpy like that. But I kind of want to recap all this. I'll say this. Regardless of the denomination or sect of Christianity, I think there's one theme that we could all agree on, that the entire story of the Bible is a love story per se. God loved his creation, his people, so much that he wanted to spare them, save them from their own fuck ups, their own fuckery. And he did that by, his son. And that theme of love is probably what a lot of people are missing. Don't have to like you, but I love you. There's a lot of people I don't like. There's a lot of people I break their face, but I still value their life. Still love them. I still would care if harm had happened to them. And I think that as strict to the law that we could be is good, but also it could be bad, because we live in nuance. It's not black and white. We live in a really gray world, and sometimes we have to understand. And if we don't take the time to love and understand people, then we don't know how to correct them, and we don't know what we're correcting. And I think this is where it goes back to we need to understand the power, the law. We need to understand God's love, because his love comes to us. We need to be able to reciprocate that back to people if we're going to be ambassadors of him. And we have to have a sound mind, just like it says in Timothy. And when it could come off as that a lot of people are lacking that love part. And I think that's probably as it says in Corinthians, it's the most important one. The one that matters the most is the love. And let's not forget that, because it was that love that saved us, accepted us, that we grasped onto. And I think that's the important part. Now, just because you have the love doesn't mean that you avoid consequence. And that's where people are messing up too. You're supposed to love me like Christ loves the church. Yeah, but he also took a whip to that, and he told Peter, "Get behind him, Satan." He told Peter, "Depart from me if you didn't want to fall in line." So there's correction and there's discipline there too, and that's love. But if the correction and then discipline seems to be out of malice or out of anger or hatred, then that's a problem, because it doesn't seem like it's coming from the correct area of why we're giving this correction or this discipline. I don't know. This food for thought. It's my thoughts. And you guys tell me what you think about it.
Mind if I add something?
Sure. I was telling me what you think about it.
Yeah, so I think the good Samaritan didn't really try to help everybody. He helped the man right in front of him, and he did it with his own time, his own money, and his own effort. He didn't really demand that Rome set up his own program. And Christian charity is personal and voluntary, not really coercive, if you agree with that.
Yep. I agree. I think everything's personal. Like, I wouldn't correct somebody that I don't know. I don't know you. Who am I to you? I'm nobody to you. But I build relationships with people, and if I think that somebody's doing something wrong that I have a relationship with, I have no problem being like, "Yo, man, I think you're kind of fucking up right there. I think you're dropping the ball right here." And I think that, I'm only telling you because I care about you.
And I think what a lot of Protestants or non-denoms get wrong is if we ignore moral proximity, we end up with the illusion of caring for everyone while failing to care for the people God actually puts in our lives.
I don't care for anybody. I only care for people I have relationships with.
Yeah.
I can't care for everybody. It's impossible for me to care for everybody. So
yeah, that and if you try to do that, you end up spreading too thin.
And you end up failing everyone.
Yeah.
I would agree. You couldn't possibly care for everybody like that. That's why it's God. He's the only one who can. But if you are going through to discipline somebody and you don't care about them, then you're probably acting with contempt or pride or whatever the case may be for you. If you feel the need to go ahead and cut somebody down for their behavior that you don't know, or it's for a show, and it's for money, or, I mean, there's a million justifications why people do these things. I just think that saying it's only because somebody wants to point out something's wrong or only because they love them is probably more often than not the case. But it could be. Who knows? Maybe that person is just goes out of their way to tell people what they're doing wrong. Who knows?
I have one more. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Well, I think that could also lead people to like being too legalistic with things if they're constantly just pointing out other people's flaws.
Yeah, so really there has to be the motive of like caring for somebody a little bit to tell them that they're doing something wrong. Otherwise, what motive could you possibly have if you don't care?
Making yourself look better.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people do that. You know, they prop themselves up to point out this person's flaws. Like, oh, this person does this. I don't do that. I am better than that. I'm holier than that. And then so you're just posturing yourself up, putting them down so you could step on their head to climb up. And you're really just kind of avoiding people looking at your own flaws, right? I mean, people do that. I'm not saying everybody does that, but people do that.
Yeah, you end up with a based grifter effect.
Okay. So, what I wanted to read was in Matthew 23, 27 through 28. All right. It says, Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but in the inside, you're full of bones and of the dead and everything unclean. In the same way, on the outside, you appear to the people as righteous, but on the inside, you are full of hypocrisy and wickedness. I'm a fucking dirty tomb on the in and the out, a little bit clean on the inside, but really dirty on the outside. Like I didn't even wash the outside of the tomb yet. Like we haven't got there. We're just organizing the bones and the shit, you know, trying to get it out of my tomb. That's me. Like I'm not gonna pretend to be anything that I'm not. But this is important. Let's not be like whitewashed tombs where we look all good on the exterior, but on the interior, we're rotten.
Well, I mean, even St. Paisios says that don't believe your own thoughts, neither when they tell you that you're terrible, nor when they tell you that you are a saint.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe any of the thoughts that I know. You know, they lie. But on that note, it is time to say farewell, my friends. And with that, we're going to go with this.
Irish goodbye.
What is this Irish stuff? We're American. You know? Like, America. You know how it is.
Yep.
We rise from the dust, steel in our veins. Unbreakable hearts, unchained from the chains. Brother to brother, we lift and we build. In a world that's breaking, our spirits distilled. They'll try to bend us, crack our spine, but we're built from fire, a bloodline defined. This is the forge, the place we ignite, a breed of men who fight the good fight. We don't bow